everybody, welcome to... Oh, I thought this music was going to be better. Anyways, welcome to Kuso Live at HDQ 2026. Yeah, we've got a very small but dedicated audience this morning. That is okay. I mean, we'll have people filtering in and out. Understandably, today, still going into round one of the bracket. Tomorrow will be the second round. And on Friday, we'll have the semifinals and the finals. So everything is gearing up. NBC is here doing commentary with me, although you're competing this year.
Yeah, but
none of my GMs woke up. So that's why you're here today.
Yeah, backup GM.
Yeah, you know nothing about Cauldron, right?
Yeah, I don't.
Well, neither do the players. Are you ready to begin?
Woo!
In that case, after we do the countdown, go ahead and put your headphones on and hit start. So we will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Best of luck to the players, and let's Super Cauldron. Welcome to a game where your lives are tracked in the number of hags. It's true. Okay, Gunstar Heroes wandering to the right. So this is a game where there is very specific tracking that we're going to have. Their priority is to get items and get them back to the Cauldron. Whoever gets the most items back to the Cauldron will be the victor. However, if they pick up an item and we're able to see it in the HUD, we'll go ahead and count that as half of a point. They cannot get multiple halves of point, though. You know, if you don't deposit it back to your home, you're not going to hold on to that, but it will be a decent tiebreaker if needed. If no items are collected and deposited to the Cauldron, then it'll be based on the number of keys that we have. However, Gunstar Heroes is dying a bunch.
It seems like these trees are very deadly.
They are so deadly. Yeah. Okay, Gunstar Heroes managed to land and is collecting... Oh, that is a magic point. Very nice. As you can see, you've got magic up at the top left, a percentage there. Magic is both your health and your projectile. So it's very important to not shoot too much, which the players are going to learn as the time goes on. Luckily, they've got these lovely headphones on, so they can't really hear what we're talking about. And if they can, then they... What? Will they go back to the title screen if they die too many times? They probably will go back to the title screen, yes. But they won't be there for very long. It'll be a very quick transition. Thank you for the question there, Tech. What other question do you have? Follow up.
The reason is the gameplay is much quieter than the title screen was.
Hey, welcome to Commodore 64, where the title screen usually has... Okay, apparently death is also pretty loud. Yeah, most of the gameplay quiet until the witch goes blah, 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 blah. I love these silly ghosts that pop up that just wave in their arms. Now, I do have to say thank you to Dana, our staff member here who was in charge of activities, because Dana is the one who made me aware of this game in the first place by giving it out in my tournament. Was yesterday talking to me and saying you should have them play Cauldron and keep giving out Commodore 64 games in order to keep your trend going. And I'm like,
oh boy,
I don't know if I'll follow that. And then I did.
I mean, that's one way to give out games. That way, just, all you have to do is put the Commodore 64. You're really enjoying that sound, aren't you?
I really, I don't mind that is so much louder than everything else. We just... Oh, the animation's great. She just flips and then explodes. So no progress so far by either player, but that's kind of how this game goes.
I think that Gunstar is learning that just, casually walking on the ground is much safer than trying to fly and hitting the trees on a consistent basis.
I mean, that is true. However, it's going to take a long time to actually get anywhere. And odds are there won't be any significant items. There are a few items on the ground. I think there's 1 or 2 keys. And Gunstar Heroes is probably going to get far enough to the right here that walking into the hill is not possible. And then if you just push up in order to fly and you're right next to the hill will kill you.
Yeah, it seems like they should have fixed that programming.
Okay, it looks like Ninjara found the weird tentacle land
What
with a
is
bunch of
this?
pumpkins. It's witch land. Welcome to Cauldron. You know, sometimes you got tentacles.
That is
I'm just a giddy little
noise.
child. I love it.
But is there anything that dictates what a item looks like that they need? Or is it just guess?
In order to go into any of these doors, which Gunstar Heroes has a key. Gunstar Heroes has visible progress, everybody. We've got our first measure of progress here. You have to have the right key to match the right door. So collecting keys in order to go into doors is one of the essential things. I didn't tell them that. I only told them what the measure of progress is, so they'll have to figure out the keys open doors. It doesn't sound complicated,
How keys are used.
but that is what's necessary here. Okay, so I'll go ahead and mark.
One key.
Yeah.
Because it just looks like there's no real... It's like one of those games where you just have to keep repeating doing stuff over and over again. Okay, wait a second. You might actually go inside the door.
Yeah, but does this key match? One of the difficulties of this game, as well, is if you are colorblind, which I am, I don't know if the key matches. It did, though. Gunstar Heroes is in the door and gets...
And now the beginning of the fun.
Welcome to platforming on the Commodore 64.
No, she can't fly.
Why would you be able to fly in a cave? It doesn't make sense. Oh, yes.
Fun fact for you.
Yes, staff.
That's the only cave that doesn't have any parts in it.
Okay, per Dana, our staff member, this cave, even though it has been entered, this cave has nothing inside. So you do not need to go in here. There is nothing valuable in there.
The final one.
Oh, apparently that is the final cave, and you need to get all the parts before you can go in there and actually clear the game. So, you know, we found the end of the game, but Gunstar Heroes still has that progress locked, already has a key picked up, and will be hopping back in. Ninjara, meanwhile, doing a lovely stroll as well. And, you know, just learning how the game works, learning where you need to go, what you need to do. It's gonna take a little while for this game because although a lot of older games for Atari and Commodore 64 were very straightforward, this is a kind of non-linear. It's very experimental.
But why would they want you... Why won't they want you to fly through a tree? That's my question. It's like... You could die so easy from that, and as we've learned, that platforming is really bad.
Yeah, one of the weird things about Commodore 64 is that, like, despite... Ooh, I think I saw a key on Gunstar Heroes screen.
I saw it too.
That was a purple key. I only tracked the total number of keys that they have at a time, so Gunstar Heroes would be able to pick up that key, not get progress, but be able to open a door that actually has a part that Gunstar Heroes needs. So... let's see if Gunstar Heroes can land. Almost.
Well, I mean, technically,
and now should be able to land. As you cannot be moving horizontally when you land. Oh, Ninjara bouncing off the house. No, Gunstar Heroes accidentally moving a tiny bit while landing.
This is the
Yeah,
worst.
I'm trying to remember if the little lumps on the ground prevent you from actually landing. I think you just need to not be moving horizontally. Nope, those do prevent you.
Those are poisonous mushrooms, apparently. Oh, there you go.
Oh, never mind. We were lying. You can actually land there. Welcome to Commodore 64, everybody.
I feel like we should have clapped for them landing.
Purple key! We got a purple key, everybody. Let's hope for the purple door.
And hey, magic.
Do you believe in magic? And I think you do.
In a young girl's heart.
No, you always got a friend wearing big red shoes. It's McDonald's. Come on. Yeah, that's right. This whole thing is a cleverly disguised advertisement for McDonald's. Nah. Okay, Gunstar Heroes flying around. Magic percentage is dropping. he may end up dying and not realize why. Let's see. Death should happen right about now. Oh, in a second? Come on, fall to the tree and die. Whee! I still love it. Mind you, both of the players are still really learning the basics of how this game works. You really don't want to shoot as much as possible while you are flying because it ends up draining your health. So, you know, your magic, which is your health. Gunstar Hero sees magic refill right there, but too many sharks. How are you gonna live if there are sharks right where you need your health? I don't know. These seagulls are really deadly, though. They just keep flying up and bonking the witch.
Well, where's the door that they need to go into?
I don't remember where the purple door is, and that's part of the fun.
Oh, there's a key.
Oh no! That is a game over for Gunstar Heroes. Still very lovely push. Again, still personal best of 1 key. Ninjara sitting on the ground, and a bat came and killed him. Okay, we're gonna go on a little stroll to the right. I love the little walking sound. Yeah, refill that magic. I think Ninjara may have seen a key over here, so he's going on a walk.
I mean, at this point, you're just...
There we go, the red key. I didn't even see it. Red key for Ninjara. That puts him on the board. Now, Gunstar does win the tiebreaker due to getting the key first. If the match ended right now, Gunstar Heroes would be the victor, but Ninjara has 1 key and just needs to find the right door. Yeah, welcome to... I'm trying to remember. That key is just impossible for me to see it. I cannot see it.
Yeah, it is a
on
red
the
key, so...
Yeah, and I'm red-green colorblind. Welcome to the difficulty of old video games. You know, we try to keep that in consideration. Ninjara moves into the lead with 2 keys!
Woo! And I think they're going back to the green door because they have a green key.
Yeah, this game is not me-friendly. I would still play it, but it's not me-friendly because it's just not very clear what key they have. Like, I can tell that one of them is like red or reddish-brown or something like that, but I just almost never see it when they fly past. Gunstar Heroes does know where 2 keys are, so he'll likely be able to tie the match up relatively soon. Ninjara going into the green door, which we've learned has nothing. So we'll see what Ninjara is able to do here, and walking to the witch's death. That is life. One thing that you can also learn about Commodore 64 is that jumping is a little bit annoying, but oftentimes you can do what's called jump buffering, which is if you hold up, you automatically jump. So if you do a vertical jump and then while jumping hold diagonal right, then you will automatically jump as soon as you land and thus make a precise jump and land exactly where you want. That's something that if there is no auto jumping just by holding up, it makes it a lot more difficult to do extremely precise jumps, but it's doable on the C64 because of the jump buffers.
Yeah, that key on Gunstar Heroes was put in a pretty mean place. There's like a bunch of flowers just guarding the key.
They gotta make it difficult for you.
Not to make it too difficult, though, dang it.
Yeah, they had to make it too difficult. It's Commodore 64. Let me explain why they had to make it too difficult.
Okay,
Okay.
I want to hear your PowerPoint presentation.
Y'all
on
have
this.
heard NES Hard. NES Hard was there so that people would rent a game and, play enough that they, were captivated by it, but it was hard enough that usually they wouldn't be able to beat it in a day. Making it difficult gives more chance of gameplay when you have a very limited space on a cart. Commodore 64 games had to be much, much smaller than NES games because of the limitations. And because of that, you don't want the game to be finished in 5 minutes if somebody is going to be buying it. So Commodore Hard had to be harder than NES to give more of a lifespan to these games so that you actually had to spend a lot of time with them. Oh, it looks like those are a little bit deadly, so you have to be a tiny bit to the left. I don't know how you actually land here for Gunstar Heroes.
Oh no, but I see if at first you don't succeed,
Just
at first you
hold
don't
down and
succeed.
do a backflip. Woo!
Yeah, I think they're just restarting at this point.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Honestly, ooh, Ninjara has a white key. We haven't seen the white key, and we haven't seen any player enter an area that is useful. So, this could be, the start of movement towards actually making real progress in the game rather than just getting keys. I mean,
Yeah, who wants to make true progress, huh?
we talked yesterday about having keys that you don't need on your key ring. I think it's valuable because your key can then become a really crappy knife.
Oh, poor Ninjara.
Ninjara, no! Look at the ghost dancing!
The ghost got him before he got him.
Ninjara into the crypt! Oh, I don't like this. By the way,
Yeah, and everything resets, so...
the dancing ribs. They're so good. One thing that you may notice is that some of the movement may look a little bit familiar, like with games like VVVVV. Turns out that a lot of VVVVV was inspired by European video games from the Commodore 64 and especially ZX Spectrum eras. Why these paths are very easy to program. They move in a set pattern. You do not have to worry about AI necessarily. It just goes up, down, left, right, sometimes in a circle. Still, really good push by Ninjara into a new area. Just no tangible progress past that. Gunstar Heroes has a red key. Red key is better than green key. Green key dumb. Red key good.
Yeah, well put. Very poetic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here to be... Look, I did poetry in grad school, so whatever.
Oh, there you go, red door.
Okay.
So let's see.
This, I believe that the red key is considered the first key, and because of this, going into the red area is likely going to be the easiest area to actually
Easiest.
get some progress.
Oh, yeah, it looks very easy. in
Oh,
there.
yeah, super easy. Okay, Gunstar Heroes, unfortunately too far to the right when making the jump. Learning the jump buffer is very important, but there we go, getting a precise jump. Yes, they're fireball. Oh, no! Death because of fireball fear. Gunstar Heroes accidentally leaving, gonna go back in. That is fine. Now,
I would at this time try to take a hit and see if I can at least take damage instead of just getting killed from the fireball.
I heard
Yep,
a
there you
ding.
go.
Okay. I believe that swirling fireball at the top, by the way, the colored one, is a collectible.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yes, and indeed our staff member gave me a thumbs up. Gunstar Heroes has to make a very precise jump from this high up platform. Nope, Dana is shaking his head. I believe there's a different entrance. Yes, so this is the incorrect entrance to get this item.
No, you have to
Oh,
go
or
down.
go all the way around.
Yeah, down and around.
Yeah. Do you need to jump from this medium platform to the lower platform and go around?
It's complicated, let's just say that.
It's okay. We're getting shrugs from the expert.
Can you draw a map for us?
We're getting. How dare you? Okay. Now I do need.
We will show the map.
Okay. By the way, when you bought the game, you got a parchment with it, which had a poem to help you. Let me read it for you. Harkin, witches everywhere. Take the challenge if you dare. tomorrow night, 'tis Halloween when only one shall be witch queen. 6 ingredients thou must take, and in the cauldron boil and bake. Juice of toad, eye of newt, wing of bat, and hemlock root. Moldy piece of splintered bone found from deep in musty tomb. Molten lava, cooled a while, taken from the smoking isle. Then the spell shall be at hand to rid the pumpkin from the land. So load that game without delay, shift run, stop, and then press play. That's very nice that they have console commands there. Shift/run. I should have said slash there.
I was inspired
Well, good,
to
good.
play different games.
To play a different game. Oh, come on. This is beautiful. You're a lovely witch with green hair. You're called a hag, which is fine. You know, I would, like, if I had the chance without having any consequences, I would become, like, a bog hag. That would be so much fun. Just, like, sitting there, stirring my potion, especially if I had fellow hags. You want to be my fellow hag? We could just sit there and stir and cackle. You want... Oh, you cometh. He cometh.
I did.
No. You may edit that out. Okay.
Oh God!
Wait. You. Never mind. Okay, let's get back to the game. Gunstar. I am so sorry. Ninjara has a key. Gunstar Heroes has a key. You know, where
You
will
want
they
to
go?
switch places with me?
Good.
I don't want a spray bottle. I
Ooh,
wanna keep
Gunstar
talking
Heroes
with-
has 2 keys. I'm going to mark that down because that is progress. That puts us up to a tie.
Whoa!
That's about-
Oh! There's third key.
Ooh,
third
3
key.
keys. We 3 keys. Yes, that is progress for Gunstar Heroes.
Okay, let's see if Gunstar can. Because it looks like they're both about to try to get that fireball. Oh, no, different door.
Yeah, and I believe this is the correct entrance to actually get the fireball. Oh no! You have fall damage in this game.
Oh, but
Luckily, death means that you make progress.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that was too far of a fall. Witches, when they're not flying, have kind of rough hips. You know, if you fall too far, it's like, oh no, I'm falling and I can't get up. I'm
left or right, left or
Left
right.
or right, left or right. Ooh, the
Oh.
correct decision. Oh no! However, getting to the next screen is a game over. Never mind. Very nice progress by Gunstar Heroes, getting deeper into this cave and getting closer to collecting an item. Of course, getting it back to the Cauldron. That's another story. Okay, so we have a map. Let's go ahead and show it to the camera. Okay, so this is where Gunstar Heroes first entered.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, as you can tell from the lovely focus here, there we go. Gunstar entered here.
No. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, here. Where the fireball is. Where you need to enter is here, and then go through this misery. Okay, blah, 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 and get back here. So Gunstar Heroes entered first time at the exit, when the second time he entered over at the start. So, yeah, it's completely just there in order to troll you and be like, hey, here's an item. Guess what? You can't get it. Neener, neener, neener. Good luck.
Are we gonna believe that they're actually gonna get an item today?
I believe that one can complete an item, or can get an item. Yes, I do believe that
Complete
somebody
an item.
will get an item. And if not, I think that we've had matches where nobody has gotten an item in this game. So it's very well possible that it's going to come down to the number of keys that they have collected. But with that said,
Rags to riches yesterday.
yeah, rags to riches. It was victory by somebody having $10. You know, the goal of the game is generally to make $1 million, but $10 was the winning number. That was such a fun game. I had a
I
blast.
thought you were about to say somebody bribed you with $10 if they could
Somebody gave me
advance.
$10 so that they could win that match, and honestly, I really appreciate that. Gunstar Heroes getting a purple key. Death while collecting a key is not the worst thing in the world. You still got the key, and it's purple. I like purple.
We haven't seen a purple door yet, so I want to see what a purple.
This whiteboard, by the way, the tech has, first time that we've had it, and it has been probably the best thing to happen besides video games. You know, video games have been pretty fantastic, but our tech people are amazing and also draw very intricate maps.
Let's be fair, that one was staff.
Oh,
That was
okay,
staff.
okay. They're clarifying that they didn't draw the map, but they had the board for the map. That's what really matters. Okay, we've got 2 keys for both players. Honestly, what I'd probably be considering if I were a player, I'd be like, hey, I know the location of various keys. Let's just go ahead and lock in a high number of keys, because if I do that before my opponent does that, then that means that, bam, at least I will win a tiebreaker. Ninjara going for key number 3. This will be a little progress if Ninjara can get it. It'll tie the match back up. And then if Ninjara can get one more key after this. Oh no, the tombstones. Look at the ghost dance. Ghost to dance. Oh no, okay, that is 3 keys though. That is progress. Good job, Ninjara. Not enough to put him in the lead, but tying it up is always worthwhile. And you do not necessarily know how well your opponent has done. So if you make more progress yourself, then that really matters. Gunstar Heroes getting deeper into this cavern,
There
unfortunately.
was a dish down there that I think they were waiting to see if we come back to transport them to the left. I don't know if they're going to try and go to the right or not.
Sometimes going back. Oh no!
That wasn't the answer.
The trolly nature of Super Cauldron. Sometimes when you're a witch, you walk into lava.
And there's nothing over there.
Okay, nothing over there. That's fine.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, there was no way to get back either.
Well, there was. Just got screwed by a buffer.
It's very difficult. But again, when you learn how to do buffer jumps in old games, this is something that I recommend. Everybody try out a couple of the games that have been in Kuso Live, because even if you can no longer play that game in a tournament, what it means is that you learn some of the older mechanics that happen over and over again. It's fairly common to have sort of the buffer jump system that is very helpful for you. And learning how to take advantage of that is very, very, very helpful when it comes to a blind video game tournament. You know, just learning the quirks of different games. You know, NPC, you've won a tournament or two. You know, you've done really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, how would you approach a game like this?
Well, the thing is, you have to see what you can actually collect, which are the keys, and just focus on that. And what I do is I would want to, because everybody keeps going back to the red door, I would want to see what the purple door has, what the green door, we saw the green, that was a bad one. The white door, you basically want to go and check every door, see if one area is easier than the other.
Yeah, I do think that seeing if there are easier areas is helpful, and I do think that there are some easier areas than red. So
Because we have not seen white, we have not seen purple, and I want to see what's actually, if it's...
this is the correct door for Ninjara to go in order to actually make a little progress here. So good.
Only 2 hags, so that might
2 hags. Ninjora is
with
not
6% magic. too.
likely not getting the item that is in here, but with 1 hag left, Ninjora sort of doing the buffer jump, jumping straight up in order to prepare. Unfortunately, holding up too long and falling down, but respawning on this screen. That's something that, again, keep in mind, if you die on a screen and you spawn on that screen, you can, death abuse when you are a hag. There we go. There's a quote. You can death abuse when you're a hag. It's fine. Okay, Ninjora still making some more progress here. Yeah, there's the little lava raft down at the bottom. I don't know what that does. Oh, it goes to the left. It's leaving.
It's like that's why I think they.
I think that's why you need to go off the right side of the screen. Why that part
respawn
exists
and despawn it,
to
or despawn?
respawn it. Yeah. Figuring that out is another thing, but because you can't see what's to the right, there's a chest there. Well, good job. That was a fantastic push. Oh, there's a frog. Frog, everybody, look, frog. Oh my God. Gunstar here, frog. I think that counts. I'm going to go ahead and write down. Well, okay, I said that if it's going to be visible, it'll count. But if Gunstar Heroes can take it back to the Cauldron, that is locked in progress. Putting 1 frog in a Cauldron is huge. Only 2 hags remaining in the backup haggery. Where do you keep your hags?
I don't know.
I don't know. By the way, I would say that if you are more than welcome to self-identify as a hag, I don't take it as an insult personally. I want to be a hag. If I were femme at all, I would absolutely be full hag.
I'm not femme at all, so I'm not going to be. I'd be warlock.
Warlock? They're so boring. Okay.
I know, but what can I do?
This. You can do this. Come on, join me.
Eldritch Blast.
Come on, join me. Stir the pot. No. This is why we don't have men hags, okay? Men are not good hags. I mean, okay, if a man wants to be a hag, I will allow it. That's fine. You can even laugh I'm not going to judge who is a hag. I just want to be...
Oh, come on. You can do it, Gunstar.
I just want to have the good high-pitched cackle.
Get in there. Oh. Cackle. I thought we were almost there.
Okay, Gunstar is trying to get back with the frog. Gunstar has a frog in tow. Not a frog and a toe, but a frog in tow. 44% magic. Don't let the bats touch you too much. Okay. The shooting just at the right time to kill one of the bats. Yeah. Here's the deal. Shooting does use magic, but it uses less magic than if you just... No! The tree! But Gunstar Heroes still knows where the frog is.
I understand their intent because they wanted to get all the magic replenished before getting to the house. And I was hoping for them to do it too. They were just going in too hot. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and just so you know, GDQ's official stance is that anyone can be a hag. There you go.
you just text the staff right now to figure that out?
No, I just make official stances for GDQ whenever I can. But I think that is fair. Anyone is allowed to be a hag, no matter who you are. So let's see. This game was made by Palace Software Ltd. I can guarantee they were in Europe somewhere. Director Pete Stone. It was an offshoot of Palace Virgin Gold. Let me see. Oh, come on. Do you have any information about where this company was located? The company was in 1991 sold to Titus Software, and it effectively became its UK office. That's Titus, as in the developer of Superman 64. That's correct. So the company that made this eventually became one of the main groups that probably contributed to that absolute perfect game. No flaws, 10 out of 10. Superman, solve my maze, Superman. you know.
Okay, Ninjaro's got the frog, or going with the frog.
Ninjara's going for the frog, but unfortunately no hags
Oh.
left. That is still a really good push. Great job, Ninjara.
Okay.
Bum, bum. I love how the music changes when you get in the cave. And by changes, I mean starts. Since there's basically no music in this game except when you are at the title screen or if you go inside a door. Okay, well, I'm taking a look a little bit more at the people who made this game because, you know, we've got the pulsating programmer. I do not like that description, but credited as the pulsating programmer, Richard Leinfeldner. Richard also worked on other games like, Black and White. That's a game that my father did not, well, he's like, be careful about playing that because, you know, it's a god simulator. Don't let it go to your head. And I'm like, oh, Dad, it's a video game. He was a nerd as well, though, so, like, it was completely fine. He let me play all types of games. He helped as well as the designer for the Terminator for Super Nintendo, Cauldron. Cauldron 2, there is a sequel to this. It's very different. And a game called Wicked. So, wait, I saw Alfred Chicken. Just a
Alfred
second.
Chicken, really?
Alfred Chicken?
Yeah, how did he help with that? Oh, come on. Let me click the link. Take me back to where it said Alfred Chicken. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Got the frog.
he was part of the team that worked on Alfred Chicken, it looks like. I'm not sure which version of that, but yes.
Okay, Gunstar's got his frog back, so now they're going to try and get back to the... Oh,
Oh, yes, we've got 15 minutes left, so we are getting close to the end of this match. Still, neither player has gotten items back to the Cauldron, but Gunstar Heroes both leading with 3 keys, having gotten that first, and collecting the frog. It didn't go into a visible inventory, but he still had a frog, which means he was pretty close to getting the frog into the Cauldron.
I do like the approach of when you're having like close to no health, just gunning it so that you bounce and get further along the screen.
Oh, yeah, it's so good. By the way, one of the designers for this also helped. It looks like the packaging and product design for Arzette, the Jewel of Faramore.
Oh, really?
Yes, which is essentially a tribute to the old Zelda CDI games. I love the various connections that you can see between people when it comes to video games here. You know, I see the Gex trilogy that specifically came out in 2025. They were the design manager for that. Populous worked on a bunch of the FMVs and various things. Some of the voice overs they did. That's just so cool to see those connections. There was also Stanley Shembri, who worked on Last Ninja 3, was a contributor to this. Yeah. I don't think that was the best Last Ninja. How many Last Ninjas can you have?
There were 3 Last Ninjas.
Okay.
Oh, are they gonna try and go to the top? Gotta go in. Be careful. I'm just like clenching a little bit. I want them to get in there.
Okay, there we go. On the ground, gonna collect some magic before going. That's probably a good idea because of the bats in the way. Gunstar Heroes, are you gonna deposit a frog? Please get the frog in the pot! The Cauldron is the source of magic. And the frog is in. The frog is in the Cauldron. Gunstar Heroes solidifies the lead. I'm gonna write down 1 frog. Okay.
1 frog. What else do we need, Bro Sencha?
Well, I read the poem. Didn't you listen?
No.
Did I write forg? I don't care. Whatever.
Got 1 fork here.
We got a forg. The noblest of creatures, as the audience says, the forg. I don't know.
It's like I'm trying to envision how you're supposed to do this, other than really, really slowly. a beatable game.
Well, a lot of people, especially after the Commodore 64, stopped being sold after, people weren't making money on these. There are various people who would go and put them on, usually onto floppies and such, or onto cassettes and add their own quote-unquote trainers that specifically would allow you to have infinite lives or get items early, and that way you could go and practice some of the harder sections until you actually knew the individual sections of the game and you could go and beat it. Some people only beat them by using some of those cheats, but in general, the idea was that they created the cheats so that you could practice to the point where you can clear the game, because without all of that, it's probably going to take you many, many hours to learn how to get through this. I don't necessarily think that time is a bad thing. I enjoy the repetitive nature of, trying, failing. I am a speedrunner. This is my life, But most people aren't stupid like us. Most people enjoy and value their time, and, they don't want to lose over and over and over again. So,
They want to play real fun games.
They want to enjoy stuff. So because of that, non-speedrunners will often use some of those cheats in order to actually enjoy being able to see the entire game. Yeah.
Although the way you explained that, you were also explaining Kaizo games.
Okay, yeah, Kaizo game. I mean, to tell the truth, what isn't Kaizo about this game? Well, there's no Mario. You're a hag. Although Mario could be a hag.
Ooh.
Mario would make a great hag.
Can it-
We got the audience saying that Mario can be a hag if he wants to be, and that's right. You too, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can be a hag. Yeah. Ninjara is in this cave, but unfortunately cannot get the fireball from this entrance. Ninjara is leaving. I think knows, that's not going to be worth it. Honestly, probably getting a game over is a good idea, and Ninjara did indeed do that immediately so that he could restart. Do I expect Ninjara to pass up Gunstar Heroes? It technically is possible. If Ninjara got 4 keys at a time and got the frog back to the Cauldron, that would pass up Gunstar Heroes, because Gunstar Heroes has only gotten 3 keys at a time as far as I've seen. Feel free to correct me, audience, because sometimes I am talking more than I'm paying attention, because I've got ADHD, baby. Yeah, so again, this is a game that I feel is a classic example of Commodore 64 in difficulty, but I don't think that it's necessarily unenjoyable. It's got its own flaws, and especially because it's an older game, it takes a lot for new players, for younger gamers especially, to understand the quirks of old games. But I think that there's a lot of charm in this.
Is it time?
Thank you so much for reminding me. So we do need to have our next players come and discuss with our GM, if our GM for the next game can come over as well. And I believe that it is going to be FBL and Ziria. Come on over next to our whiteboard and we can go ahead and chat. And if FBL is not in the room at this moment, hopefully they will be right back. I know that they were here earlier. I saw them. I talked to them. Oh, what?
Ninjara to get that key. Ninjara. I keep feeling I say that name wrong.
Rah! I feel like it's a Ninjasaurus. Ninjasora.
So how many total keys are there? Are there just 4 or are there 6?
I believe there are 6 keys total, if I'm not mistaken.
So
I could be mistaken, though.
Well, I mean, the reason I'm asking is, do other keys appear once you've gotten certain items?
There may be keys inside of some of the dungeons here, considering that there's you know, a hefty amount of space inside these different dungeons. I wouldn't be too surprised if some of them are hidden, but again, most of what I've seen of this game has been during matches that we've had in Kusogrande during the main tournament. By the way, tournament is going to be starting over on my channel shortly after GDQ, twitch.tv/Prosentia. Thank you for my self-plug me. But yeah, a lot of people who are here are going to be playing in it. I do know that Gunstar Heroes signed up. You are going to be playing.
Yep, I'm gonna be playing.
Yeah, so like a lot of people here are either going to be helping out as a GM or playing themselves, and I really am glad that we're able to get a little bit of the experience here. It looks like Ninjara is trying to find one last key before death. Unfortunately, death happened first. That red key is, I believe that it appears randomly on the map a little bit. There are a few key places where it can spawn, but it can be a little bit difficult to find. So because of that, Ninjara unfortunately didn't solidify the 4 keys, but I think that that might be the right move. If you haven't managed to get any items, but you know about 4 keys, get those 4 keys, because your other competitor might not have gotten an item, and getting 4 keys will solidify, you know, the tiebreaker potential there. With that said, Gunstar Heroes has gotten a frog back, so getting the 4 keys wouldn't put Ninjora in the lead, but it is still, I think, in my opinion, the right move.
Yeah, I mean, whatever progress you can make when you feel like there is none that you can make, you do what you can.
Yeah. I mean, if Frog seems reasonable, go and try Frog, but if Frog seems like it's going to be too much work, go ahead and get those 4 keys. But you could also get 4 keys and then be like, okay, it's frog time. Let's get that frog, because my competitor at the best has gotten frog. Okay, 5 minutes left. Yeah, another thing to keep in mind is that if you are struggling with the game, odds are your competitor is as well. Neither of you has played the game before. Both of you are going into this. Odds are not having played many Commodore 64 games, because it's the year 2026. You know, and because of that, you know, just if you're struggling, they're struggling.
This game is 41 years old.
I was born in 1985.
I was born
40.
in 1980.
You were born. You're old. Oh yeah, we keep establishing that you're older than I am.
Yes, I am.
I keep forgetting you. You look so young.
Oh,
yeah. No, look at me. I got like gray hair. I've got like my hair's poofing out. I'm a hag here, okay? You don't have the hag looks, but I've got them.
that must mean I'm Dracula because I look so handsome.
Do you want to be a Dracula? You can be a Dracula if you want. Okay, Ninjara grabbing another key. I do think that Ninjara is doing the try to get 4 keys strategy. Again, not an incorrect move. It's not going to put Ninjara in the lead. Gunstar Heroes may be getting 4 keys as well, which, having collected a frog, the 4 keys would be a tiebreaker in this case. And I did not say that they had to do all of that in a single attempt. Gunstar Heroes getting the 4 keys here in order to solidify that lead. Very nice. Ninjara is basically out of the running at this point. It would take 2 items collected to take the victory here. Unfortunately, death by auto jump. Yeah, no, this is a serious problem when it comes to Commodore 64, because a lot of people are used to holding jump in order to jump higher. That is not true with this game. All you have to do is tap. And because of that, people who are used to playing, you know what, good games, are used to holding jump in order to have the variable jump height. But because this game keeps jumping while you touch the ground, whenever you touch the ground, it ends up being a problem. You will auto jump as soon as you get up to the frog. Luckily, Gunstar Heroes has learned, you know, 1 tap is better than nothing. You know what? A death here is completely fine. Die and leave the cave.
No, I think they're wanting to explore to see if there's more than 1 item in here.
I think that there is. I think that that moving platform does take you somewhere else. However, welcome to Commodore 64, everybody. I love it. Still, really, really good pushes by both players. Like, I've enjoyed seeing how they've done. I feel both of them have learned a lot more about how this game works. And again, if you're entering a bad video game tournament, play some Commodore 64 because you too may become a hag. Nah.
Are you trying to push the hag agenda here?
I want to be a hag.
You want to be a hag?
Yes, I want to be a hag. I want to go live in a swamp. I want to stir the cauldron. I want to stir a cauldron. Okay, look, when I was a kid, we would get the random liquids from underneath the sink, plug up the sink, put them in the sink, stir them up, and cackle. It was great. It was a really fun kid game. I hope that there were no toxic chemicals underneath the sink. I do not remember a lot of the potion stuff, but we would make potions in the sink, and it was a lot of fun. How am I alive? I've got other stories about ways that I should have died, but making potions was probably one of them. I think that they probably just had shampoo and other stuff because they're like, oh, kids are going to try to make potions in the sink.
And
Let's not put, like, the Drano in there, you know?
And the good thing about shampoo is that when you put water on it, it makes a bunch of bubbles, and it makes you feel like you're making a cauldron.
Oh, it's so much fun, okay? If you're an adult, put liquids underneath your sink that are not going to kill your kids so that they can make potions in the sink, okay? It'll be... They'll have a great time. It's the best.
Potion 101.
Potion 101. Keep the Eye of Newt Totem Frog up on the high shelf. Put the bubble bath underneath so the kids can make their own potions that do nothing.
I need you to make an ad cancel PSA about this now.
And that, everybody, is time. Give it up for our players. I will say, Ninjora was the first one here to get 4 keys, but Gunstar Heroes got the frog and got it back into the cauldron, giving Gunstar Heroes the victory. Give it up for both of them, especially our victor, Gunstar Heroes. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and we will be back with game number 2 of the day. Thank you so much, and everybody, go be a hag. Ah. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Kuso Live at AGDQ 2026. I am Brosentia, joined again by our fair and our fair.
Our fair?
You're a fair. We've got a
I'm not a
literal
hag, I'm a
carnival
fair.
here. Yeah, you're a fair. Seth Highwind, good to have you back today.
It is good to be back. I am really excited for this game. Given the competitors try Rush Deppy on the Sega Saturn, which was a Japanese exclusive game, and this is one that we've actually played together on.
Yes. Did I win?
I think I took it.
Dang. Okay. Well, whatever. It looks like they have their license plate up. We've got Ziria 7028, and what is this? V?
Yeah, just V. So,
With
love?
love. With 30. Perfect. Are you both ready to begin?
All right,
Okay,
so go
so
ahead and
get
get
your
your
headphones
headphones
ready.
on, and then
We'll do the
once
countdown.
again, square is your A button. Okay, we will hang on tight. Nux, how do I adjust the audio?
For which?
For the players.
For which one?
We're just making sure that the audio is working for them. Let me take a little sippy of my fruit. Sorry, somebody gave me a little fruit pouch, and I just feel like a little kid. Look, the apple is smiling at you. I am okay. Wait, no. I'm not advertising anything here except for fruits. I support fruits, okay? I support vegetables. I support legumes and plants of various varieties, except I do not support eggplant. Eggplant is gross, okay? Eggplant, no, actually beets might be worse than eggplant. I'm out here with the hot takes, okay? Look, my brother-in-law made a ton of pickled beets, okay? And he was like, "You want this jar of pickled beets?" And I was like, "No." But then my husband didn't say no, so we ended up with a giant jar of pickled beets. He had a beet seriously this big that he got out of his garden. It was 20-something pounds. It was ridiculous. Then he made all these pickled beets, and I'm like, beets are the worst vegetable ever. They're so weird. They're just like squishy grossness.
So we have solved our tech issues. It wouldn't be Kuso without some kind of
yeah.
on-the-spot tech fix.
It's true. Well, are you all ready again? In that case, audience, help with the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Best of luck to Ziria and FBL. Both of them starting very quickly, as you can tell, with loading screen, and then, well, okay, it's not starting very fast. And another loading screen.
Listen, we have to establish that the rally's going on as we basically do a cannonball run throughout New York all the way down to Los Angeles.
FBL watching some of the intro here, which I don't oppose.
I don't oppose either because the cutscenes in this are really good.
Yes, but they are allowed to skip. That is a body.
Yeah, that is the...
Most cars have a body.
Yeah, most cars have a body. That is the love interest of our main character, Rush. So Deppy is trying to race for her affection, and he's just a cute little taxi.
Okay. Well, as we can see, Ziria is off to a quick start. Having learned how to skip cutscenes already, remember that's something that you do want to pay attention to if you are in a race. But with that said, some people are here for the fun, and the fun of the experience is just as important as actually making progress. We do have a prize for the person who wins Kuso Live, which I accidentally left upstairs today, but it is a copy of Super Noah's Ark 3D with the box possibly having my teeth marks in it. I don't know.
You get an
It's
amazing
someone's
piece of bro history right there.
Yeah, I'm not giving my dental record, so you'll never know if they're my teeth. But something chewed on it.
And Zarya actually managed to unlock a bonus stage, so
Okay.
good job, one.
So how is progress tracked in this?
So with this being a very straightforward 2D platformer, we are tracking progress as number of levels completed. I did give the competitors a very specific threshold that they are not allowed to save their game until they have completed a world.
Oh, they had a Cats advertisement that was called Cars instead.
I love this game so much.
Oh, I love it.
This is pure Japanese weird, and I love it for it.
Yeah, like the controls take a little while to get used to, but in general, like the weirdness and the fun. Domimo pizza.
Domino pizza.
Hey, you want Domimo? My guess is that there's some, like, I know Japanese wordplay. They're gonna have some sort of weird wordplay that I don't understand because I don't know Japanese. If anybody watching the YouTube video in the comments knows some of the weird wordplay that shows up here that is Japanese, please let us know in the comments because, you know, I love to learn about jokes.
So a couple things to keep in mind with this game. If y'all notice down in the lower left-hand corner, that is your fuel gauge.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can run out of fuel in this game.
Oh, it's bad.
not really a detriment in New York City, but as you listen, we're in New York, baby.
Yeah, you're stopped anyway if you're driving through New York.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
let's
just
be real here. It's
reality.
just, stop and go traffic constantly. So yeah, you have to worry about the fuel gauge. You need to be constantly collecting gas canisters along the stage to keep that gauge up. If you run out of fuel, Deppy will perish, and you will feel really bad because our love-strict taxi here is just really trying to get the girl in the end and win this race. As he stomps on his love, okay, that's a choice.
What?
I don't. That is not relationship advice. That is totally not relationship advice. And FBL actually discovering the can invincibility.
Okay, it is the can. Help me. So, it looks like Zirium moving on to, is this 1-3?
This is 1-3, so we are officially on the first boss stage.
Uh-oh. Oh no, the poor taxi is stressed.
I love the once again, the animations in this game are great. Deppy reminds me a lot of Sparkster. They are very animated, very lovely, cuddly, cute. Just every reaction he gets in this game is just priceless, and I love this little guy. I love this guy so much. But we are moving on to our first boss fight, so right now, a lot of the boss stages will try to give the players as many gas canisters as they can, because sometimes during the boss fight, you will get 0 enemy spawns, or even the enemy spawns that happen, they tend not to give out gas. So boss fights really become your first stage of gas management and trying to figure out exactly how you need to proceed.
Gotcha. Yeah, we've got wrecking balls falling down, which are doing a very bad job at wrecking anything. This is not how you use wrecking balls.
It's not?
No. To crush a car? No, there are better ways to crush a car. Have you ever seen Brave Little Toaster? You use one of those machines, okay? Just like you crush the toaster.
You just unlocked
He was the villain,
look,
right?
you just unlocked childhood trauma, and I'm gonna need a bit to get over that. So
You're gonna cry over here?
Yes, I am actually. Thank
Oh,
you.
perfect. Oh, look at
hey,
the
it's the,
Statue of
Carbity?
Liberty. What?
Carbity?
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 Carbity. Oh,
Yeah, but it's okay. We got our first boss, Hijacker, who looks like something out of Mega Man X. Look,
You are so right.
It honestly reminds me of like the Statue of Liberty Sigma fight at the beginning of X5.
Okay, I never played X5. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. No, I need to play all the X games one of these days. You know, I played 1 through 3 when I was young. I'm willing to go through all of the rest just so that I can experience the weird twists and turns that the series took.
Listen,
I
I'm like
do
one of the
everything to myself, audience. This is like, it's my life. I run a bad video game tournament. Why not play some slightly better games, you know?
I mean, if you want a hot take today, I actually like X5. It's like my second favorite in the series next to X. Next to X1. I love X5 so much, so I will defend that game.
So-
I can't defend 6 and 7.
I
Yes.
This is why you're a GM, yeah.
I
so-
respect your opinion.
Okay, just so you know, audience said I'll defend 6 and 7, and you know what? Sure, it's just like Final Fantasy. Everybody has a favorite Mega Man X game, and every Mega Man X game except for 6 has somebody who loves it.
So, Zaria is currently discovering why you really need to take care of the ads in this boss fight. These cute little guys with the sledgehammer will start breaking the stage, on top of the boss also having the ability to continually wreck the platforms with the wrecking ball. So it's going to get to a point where if the players aren't careful, yes, the platform at the far end is indestructible, but it makes it really hard to like start finding good placement for this, and they both still haven't really locked in on the best way to defeat bosses. Zaria has discovered the charge move, so there is a—
Oh,
no! You can do it, Deppy!
Deppy cannot do
Deppy
it.
cannot do it. Deppy cannot coyote this.
And unfortunately, it's back to the beginning of the boss for Zaria. FBL is working on defeating this. Now, we haven't really talked about the controls. How does this control?
So the game controls, you've got two buttons. I mean, you've got, you know, out of the 6 buttons, you got 2 buttons that really do things. You've got your standard jump button, but then you have the Deppy charge. If you hold down the charge button, Deppy will start building up speed and then launches like a rocket. It tanks a lot of your gas, but it does give you stronger attacks. So that little gauge at the bottom underneath your fuel gauge,
Okay.
that is your charge gauge. So once again, think of it like Rocket Knight Adventures, where if you charge Sparkster's jetpack, you can launch forward. The best way to defeat Hijack is to do— oh no, Deppy ran out of
Oh,
gas!
he became so flat. Just,
Poor
you know,
baby.
have you ever been driving a car, it runs out of gas, and suddenly it smushes you?
Yes.
Yeah. Brings me back to high school.
Yeah. The AAA person looked at me, shook their head, and go, "Ran out of gas, didn't you?" I'm like, "I didn't mean to."
Now, I've run out of gas before when I was younger and didn't have gas money and just was like, okay, we'll run on fumes as long as possible. Yeah, good old times. Oh,
Oh!
no! FBL got smushed! So smushed! Deppy, no! Luckily, when you get hurt, does it just lower your fuel?
Yes, so the fuel gauge is also your health gauge. So unfortunately, getting damage lowers your fuel. Charging too much, doing a full burst lowers your fuel. Moving lowers your fuel. So this game is really about fuel conservation. And a lot of the boss fights is honestly brute speed once you've learned the patterns, which is kind of what Zaria is doing right now.
For those who are just listening and not watching, there are occasionally large flashes on a corner of the screen. If both of them are fighting the boss at the same time, you may have almost a full screen slash during this YouTube video, so keep that in mind. If you need to avert your eyes because of the large flashes during boss fights, just be aware of that. It is something that when both players are fighting the boss, which is happening right now, will probably be a bigger concern for you.
Oh my gosh, Zaria doing the juggle strats.
Oh, that is so good. Of course, getting low on fuel, need to refuel if you keep doing that juggle, but ended up being pretty efficient there.
Yeah, so when Mad Jack is doing the ad phase, he'll drop 1 red creature and 3 sledgehammers. The red minion will always drop a fuel can, so if you gun it for that, you should be guaranteed to always stay up on health. A strategy I've learned for this fight is when he's bringing in his minions, go ahead and jump on top of the magnet, get as many quick attacks as you can out, and then jump down immediately to take care of your sledgehammers, and then try to get the red guy before he disappears.
Yeah, it seems like getting 3 attacks out is fairly reliable. Zaria just got very good at the juggle strats here.
So the juggle strats is a good strategy. This is probably the safest strategy. If you wanted to take out Hijack quick, you need to do like a full charge. I forgot how many it is, but I think it's like 4 or 5 full charges will instantly nuke the boss.
Ooh, and it looks like this is going down.
So Nux, our tech, just informed me that this game actually made an appearance in GDQ in 2017.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, this game has a lot of quirks, but is, you know, a little bit more on the silly side of Kusoge rather than necessarily the straight up bad. I mean, like, there are some oddities when it comes to the controls, but there is so much charm to this as well. And, you know, we try to embrace the full gamut of Kusoge when it comes to Kusogrande, which includes the silly, the weird.
I will say though that in later stages, fuel conservation is really hard to maintain. So at a certain point, this game does turn into a bit of a struggle, especially as the stages get a little bit longer, they get more complex, they offer new gimmicks per stage.
Okay.
And trying to maintain the health and fuel aspects becomes really annoying to deal with.
Well, I mean, it's like Cauldron, which we just watched on the Commodore 64. Yeah, is there any similarity between them? Yes, the magic gauge was also your health gauge and was also what you needed in order to attack. You use fuel in this to attack, to move. So, like, oddly, we see similarities between the Commodore 64 and this really cool-looking Sega Saturn game. And it always annoys me when, like, you have attacks that are tied directly to your health. It's like, I don't want to use my health to kill things, you know? I want to use it to survive.
I will say, oh
No! Zero, no, you were so close. I saw the fractures forming. You don't have a timer as far as I can see, so, like, it's more important to stay alive than to do it fast.
Yeah, so once again, there are no stage timers, there are no boss timers because that fuel gauge is your timer in a way.
Yes. I mean, you're running on idle here.
I will say another favorite animation of mine of Deppy is we've seen it from both players whenever they've been ducking to avoid the swinging wrecking ball, which is how you actually use a wrecking ball. When Deppy lays down, he actually takes off his little, like, taxi light because it's basically his hat.
Aw, that's cute.
This game is so charming. I love it. Yeah, no, I was pleasantly surprised because with Kusogrande, we tend to do a GM-friendly tournament where we'll sign up, we'll do brackets, we'll go in and have fun. And this game was actually given to both Brosentia and I as one of our friendly matches during that tournament. And I just fell in love with this game thanks to that. That's also how, like, I found, like, Lucal, which I gave out last year during AGDQ. Also to Zeri.
Yeah.
Actually, since we've been doing Kuso live here at AGDQ, I've actually given Zeria one game per year.
That's
Which
kind
is
of
fantastic.
amazing. Like, Zeria, I didn't know before Kuso Live, but they've become sort of like a classic player who I see all the time. FBL has been around for a long time as well. It's just a joy that I'm able to see both of them over and over and over again. FBL is pretty involved in, I believe, the Fastest Furs community as well.
Yes.
And, you know, it's just good to be able to see various communities having people show up over and over again. So, yeah, I'm so happy that we have this game. It's cute,
There
it's
we
silly,
go.
and best of all, I don't have to worry about winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just noticed Zeria, I think, just caught on that you can do a full charge sprint. I saw their charge gauge start filling up. So she is locked in, ready to go. If she can chain a few of those high-end charges, we'll be able to escape New York City.
Oh, yeah, get out of New York, baby.
But you can instantly see when you are doing the charge attack, you're breaking the Reploid crystal, for a better lack of term, way quicker than you could with, like, standard dashes.
Yeah, the Reploid Crystal. Very well known in the Rush Deppy world. You know, Mega Man X took a little inspiration from this.
I mean, exactly. I mean, look, Inafune famously said that Rush Deppy was their inspiration for Mega Man X.
Don't look that up, everybody. Just trust us. Just trust us. You don't need to know. This music is kind of a jam. Like, there are arpeggios all over the place. It's just someone sitting at the organ just gonna be like an old grandma just passes out afterwards. I'm thinking of the Simpsons grandma.
I was about to say.
Yeah, you remember.
Yeah.
She was playing, Inagata the Vita, whatever it was, and then might have died. because of how much organ she was playing. I love playing the organ, though. It's a blast.
And that's it. Zaria has defeated
Area is
Hijack.
through and takes the early lead in this match. Of course, we still have plenty of Deppy left. This is a 50-minute match. You can't see the timer here, but the timer is in our brains, actually on the screen over by the tech station over there, and they tell us how far we have gone through this.
Oh my gosh, Nux, have you done it? Yes!
Okay, Nux has made their own license plate. This is from our tech station, Nux 9135. That is beautiful. Look at the mustache. Look at the little mustache. I love it.
It took 10 minutes to find the license plates that they have in the game.
It took you 10 minutes to find the license plate. Simply put, this game is not the most well-known game in the world. I mean, was it a Japanese exclusive?
It was Japanese exclusive, unfortunately. If the Saturn was better advertised and not done the "and it's out today" situation here in the States, I really do think this would have done
What?
well
You don't
over
think
here.
that was a good business decision? Come on, they were a CEO. They know what they were doing. Anyways, Sega doesn't make consoles anymore.
Oh no, Zaria running out of steam again.
No! FBL, though, still continuing the fight. Again, it takes a... What just happened? What just happened to Zaria? Was that a doctor? I don't like doctors!
So,
oh, no!
yeah, if you gotta continue, the Wee Woo ambulance comes in and then, like, injects you with car adrenaline. And then Deppy gets right back on their feet.
Hey, if you are a vehicle, make sure you get your shots.
Yeah, please stay vaccinated for your cars. Your cars need vaccines too.
Yeah, otherwise you might get emissions. I don't know.
So if I remember correctly, stage 2 is Chicago.
Okay, there better be some deep dish pizza. That's like one of the most important things. There's the oil bar.
Yeah, the oil bar.
Okay.
You know, a very famous land. Well, no, that actually would be the gas works, but you know, close enough.
We've got the 10-ton weights. Those robots are very small for carrying 10-ton weights.
So we're already seeing like an increase in difficulty in Chicago.
Oh no!
With Zaria
taking another death there.
Struggling to make progress outside of this opening area. So once again, like with like the increase of enemies, the introduction of spiked little dudes and the 1-ton weights, this is where fuel management really steps up.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, maybe if he were the car from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, you know, or Honey, I Blew Up the Kids. I'm trying to remember which one. You know, the one that had solar panels on the outside. That way you wouldn't have to worry about it. You can just drive around forever.
Second one? Yeah, that was the second one. Okay.
So, Honey, I Blew Up the Kids, the one in Vegas where the child starts tearing down the strip. Save!
Be excited.
Okay. Like, that's a very big ask for people before noon at a GDQ. With that said, it is 11:30. I would like our next GM and our players to meet up if we have you all here.
I'll be back.
All right, I'll keep commentating about Deppy. You don't have to tell people you're the GM. You can be like, I'm mysteriously running away, and nobody will know what I'm doing. Okay, we are into Chicago. FBL still trying to take down this enemy here. I don't believe when I was doing this that I figured out the charge as well. Like, it's not a big surprise that FBL isn't doing it. It takes a lot longer, but it is still doable to beat this boss. You just have to make sure that you keep getting fuel. And honestly, slow and steady is going to be better than fast, but you die a whole bunch. However, Zaria, you saw how fast the boss went down, even though Zaria had to try it 3 times. The 3rd time with the charge dash got through the boss so quickly that it ended up being fine. Okay, FBL collecting a little bit of health. Also, being careful, stand towards the side, avoiding the swinging wrecking ball. Ziria trying to do some platforming. Cars are not known for their jumping abilities in general, unless you are... I'm trying to remember cars that jump. Knight Rider, I'm pretty sure that car jumps. Oh, the one in Roger Rabbit, that at least like has big long like legs so that it can go up above stuff. That almost jumps. Okay, and probably the car in Inspector Gadget. I'm relatively sure that one jumped multiple times. But yeah, Deppy here, one of the most acrobatic vehicles I have seen of all time. Unfortunately, FBL did lose the boss fight, has to go through this climb. Like, at this point, you should usually be thinking, you know, I'm not getting through the boss, it's taking a long time, maybe I'm doing something wrong. If it's a bootleg, you can possibly get away with thinking, you know, this boss will take 10 minutes to get through because it's the first boss in a bootleg. But if it's like a licensed game, a game that came out made by developers who weren't just trying to get away like with the least amount of work possible, you know, people who definitely put work into their game, there's likely a faster way to get through bosses. So keep that in mind. If it's not going fast, there may be a better way to go about it. So just a strategy point for everybody out there to keep in mind when it comes to bosses. It should be not necessarily super fast, but relatively fast if it's not a bootleg. Okay. It looks like we have Seth back. Oh, thank you for taking that little break that literally had no relation to giving a game out to people at all.
No, completely not. No.
Yeah, no, nothing like that.
Nah, of course not. Oh, I see we're in the famous waterfalls of Chicago. Oh, wait, is Zeri already on the second? Oh, she is.
Yeah.
What have I missed?
You missed Ziria beating 2-1. Wait, and 2-2? This is the boss?
This is the boss. This
is the Mega Man X boss.
This is Mangler.
Mangler. You
Ripped
gotta
from-
attack its butt.
Yeah, this was basically ripped from Mega Man 7, the very first boss in the tutorial stage. It just doesn't have a mohawk like that character did.
Didn't this come out before Mega Man 7? I mean, this was 1996.
And Mega Man 7 came out in 92, 93? Because I know X1 came out first, and then they did 7.
Oh, Mega Man 7, not Mega Man X7.
No, we don't.
95.
Except for Alara, we don't talk about X7.
It came out in 95. This came out in 96, which means that this was probably already plenty in development. They both. It's convergent evolution of the bosses. You know, sometimes you just have multiple of the same boss types being created because everybody wants a big steamroller with spikes on it, you know? That's what the 90s was about, baby.
Listen, there are unwritten car rules. Unwritten car rule number 1. If you put flames as a decal or painted, your car will go faster. That's science.
It's true.
Car law number 2. If you put spikes anywhere on your car, the cool factor gets increased tenfold.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily hurt more, but it has spikes.
And rule number 3.
Yes.
If you have a working cassette player, you are legally obligated to play Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody.
Okay, what about a working CD player?
Well, if you got a working CD player, Pearl Jam?
Pearl Jam. Okay. What if you want to play NPR though? Like, okay, I'm gonna get a super cool car and just rock NPR, blasting it out. You know, we're gonna have Prairie Home Companion blasting out the windows, and I'm just gonna jam out to that, roll the windows down, you know, pull my shades down,
I mean,
do the little eyebrow wiggle at the lady.
I actually have a local...
As Garrison Keeler chats at us.
I actually have a local, like, public jazz station that I listen to with my windows rolled down. Smooth jazz blaring out of my windows.
I love it. Okay. Be weird, everybody. That's what I like. This game is weird. You're allowed to be weird in this world. People live a little too seriously. Why not be a goofy goober? I mean, I understand, like, people often have to go to work and be professional, but why not be the little weirdo at work, you know? As long as it doesn't get you fired. Beep! And if they fire you for being a little weird,
That's
then
their
you
loss.
probably shouldn't be, like, they shouldn't have employees anyways, because it's fine to be your unique self. Be you. If anybody gets fired because of what I'm suggesting here, then we're gonna blame Seth.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I will be that fall fox. I've got you.
No,
I got you.
the cool thing, like, you told me that your work started allowing, like, pink hair.
Yeah, exactly. So
And now you got the pink hair. Yeah, see, there's nothing wrong with people having pink hair. They can still do fantastic work. Let them have the pink hair. Anyways, it looks like Ziria is swimming as a car.
I'm sorry to say I haven't. That's fine.
That's fine.
No, we are going to have to erase Nux's license plate in order to actually get information here.
Like I said, I'm just happy that the second I gave out the game, I told the competitors, like, hey, so before we officially start, I want y'all to make your license plate. I want you to keep it up on the screen. I want people to see the arts and crafts. I immediately went to Nux and said, oh, by the way, you're in on this too.
I love it. Yeah, the executive producer for this game actually didn't work on a whole lot of games. We've got 3x3 Eyes, Mike Kyoden, which I don't know if you should look that up because it's PC 98, and you never know what's going to show up on a PC 98 game. But we also had various people. Yeah, there. Like, a lot of the top staff on this game only worked on a handful of games. Let me just see if I can find any of... Yeah, a lot of them worked on the same very specific games. Katsuro...
I know, like, the studio also, like, made another game on the Saturn that's in the same, like, 2D toony art style.
Splatterhouse 3, we have the visual effects for that. One of the people who worked on this did that. New
Oh,
Adventure
yeah.
Island, the character design for that. Jackie Chan's Action Kung Fu. Some games that I'm relatively sure you shouldn't look up as well. But yeah, this was made specifically by Nihon Create as well as System Supply and Tech. Those are the two main companies that appear to have worked on this. Nihon Create, again, only a handful of games here, which makes sense why this game wasn't super well known, especially outside of Japan. System Supply and Tech, yeah, has 5 games under them. It's very surprising. You know, we don't have a lot of games associated with these companies. But, like, look how good this is. What about the 3D model designer, Hiroshi Ozaki? They worked on other things like Miracle Girls. Probably shouldn't. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, when it comes to games that were on the PC 98, we're not suggesting to look those up. You can if you want, but know that you might get content that might be a little more explicit. Let's see. Yeah, I'm seeing like the same games over and over, although there's a Bravo Man game here that one of the programmers worked on.
So, something I do like about this game is anytime, if you've noticed, whenever we've gone to like the transition screens between levels, there is a weird thing on the very top of the quote-unquote progression screen. The progression screen shows you how many of the bonus levels you found, but there's also a section called drama. So there are 8 drama scenes within the levels that you can find, and it usually involves Deppy finding one of his competitors and helping them out in a way. Whether that's like freeing them from cages, helping them from making sure they don't drown. But it's mostly finding them and saving them from cages. And like later on in the stages, the people you find will come and help you. And every single racer in this game is based off of a country. So Deppy is the US representative. We have Gecko, which is the Japanese samurai car that we saw a little bit in stage 1. Cute Hip is the love interest. She is from France. We have Amigo, which is basically Samba de Amigo in car form, representing Mexico. We have Mr. Silk Hat from the UK. So there's just a lot of really charming characters that we have in this game. I love it.
Mr. Silkhat, that's such a good name. Yeah, I want to be Mr. Silkhat.
I mean, it's better than being Mr. Toppin Hat from Thomas.
It's, oh no, yeah. Was he the one who got, like, put into the wall and then had to live
No, he
eternally
was the
in
one who
sadness?
forced the train into the wall.
No, why would you do that? Bad. Bad Mr. Toppin Hat.
You've been a bad train.
Well, FBL is still going up against the boss and still hasn't beaten 2-1. Again, sort of understandable because it's not super clear how you can deal a lot of damage. You just got to learn how to do the charge dash in order to actually deal a decent amount of damage. Otherwise, the boss fight takes forever.
Which is just kind of like something I usually, whenever people are interested in doing either like mystery game tournaments, I usually tell people, like, a good thing to do is, like, before you jump into the game, just learn your controls. Try every button, see what they do, experiment with enemies, and you'll start learning game mechanics.
Yeah, try holding buttons. How do you normally do the dash? What button do you push?
I believe it's the C button off the top of my head.
Okay,
I know if,
and
like,
is it like hold C in order to charge?
Yes, so if you just press... Okay, so it's the B button, my bad, yeah. A and C is jump, and then B is your dash attack. So if you press and hold the B button on the Saturn controller, that is what charges up your gauge. So once again, very similar to the first Rocket Knight Adventures game, where with Sparkster you could just press and hold your jetpack button, and that charged up your attack, so you could then launch forward for some of the game's puzzles, but you also did extra damage.
Yeah, mind you, I will say that, like, everybody struggles with certain things every once in a while. You can be amazing at 90% of the games and suddenly find a game that is your weak spot. And so, there's no shame if somebody didn't manage to figure out one of the mechanics of the game. I'm thinking back in the day, the GDQ founder, Mike Uyama, playing in my tournament, didn't figure out how to run in a game. What did you do in order to run? You hold B. He didn't try holding B to run. This is the founder of freaking GDQ who did not hold B to run. So if he didn't do it, do not feel bad that you didn't figure out a mechanic in a video game. Oh, yeah, he lost that match.
I'm trying to remember what game it was that
It was a Daffy Duck game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, technically it wasn't B because of whatever system it was, but it's the normal attack button. You try to hold attack to see what it does because oftentimes there will be something else, and it's very common to hold attack when walking left and right to run.
See, I remember when I did RoboCop 3 on the Amiga, I had no idea.
Very nice.
Nice job. I had no idea that there was a radar you could use to, like, locate the, like, in the very first mission in the game, you have to, like, rescue, like, hostages from, like, a high-rise. And I had no idea that there was a radar that was pointing in the direction of the hostages. So I was running around the building aimlessly, trying to figure out what my objective was. And I think it was, like, 20 minutes into the match, it finally clicked with me, and I was able to move on to the next stage.
Yeah, even if you are a decent amount into a match, which we have 15 minutes left. Even if you're a decent amount into a match, if something doesn't seem like it's going quickly or going like a normal game would, experiment with your different controls, experiment. It's always worth it because even if it looks like you're in a same area with the same character, with the same model, sometimes controls change partway through a game. And so you should always try.
So Zaria is now on World 3, which we are going from Chicago to Denver, which, is one of my favorite drives in the U.S. because, after all, you get giant trees with beehives.
Okay.
There's magical mushrooms on the trip.
That's
this is
Denver.
a very, very accurate representation of the route from Chicago to Denver, if you ask me.
I think there's a lot more corn. There's a lot of corn between Chicago and Denver.
No. According to this game, it's a very lush, magical forest. There is no corn to be
love
found.
Japanese games. I love Japanese takes on America because it is always so hilarious. There are like 3 places in America, but this is one of the places they usually don't explore. The trip to Denver, which is full of mushrooms and such. I mean, I live in Utah, you know, I'm used to the Rocky Mountains. I've been to Denver, but have I driven from Denver to Chicago? Actually, yes, I think I have, but I forgot this part because I was a kid. Maybe my parents didn't want us to know about the magical mushrooms on the way, you know?
I'll say it. Like, I know, like a friend of mine and I drove up from Houston to Lincoln, Nebraska for a friend's wedding. And yeah, that was nothing but like flatlands. And then like, honestly, like all of, I think it was Ohio was nothing but corn.
Like I said, especially Nebraska. When I was in 5th grade, I remember we each got given an individual state that we had to do research on and talk about to the class. I got Nebraska, and let me tell you, that was the most boring project I think I've ever done in my life. Sorry for everybody from Nebraska, but all I remember is corn.
I'm not gonna lie, just hearing about that reminds me of the skit from Wayne's World where they're doing green screen for the very first time, and they're going through all of the states, finding something weird and wacky to say with it, and then they get to Delaware, and it's like, all right, we're now in Delaware. Hi. We're in Delaware, and it's just...
Delaware's more interesting than Nebraska. I'm sorry, Delaware has a little history. I mean, one of the original 13 colonies, right? We've got that going for Delaware. Nebraska, it's kind of a rectangle and it's got corn in it.
And it's got corn. The only thing that made that drive bearable for us is we were listening to the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack during that time.
Oh,
and
yeah, being like, this is the best game ever, yeah.
Yeah, it is the best Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, we learned
Thank
about
you.
that in a presentation, yeah.
Also, it's one of the best Final Fantasy soundtracks. Come fight me. So yeah, just going through Nebraska with the FF8 soundtrack playing made the drive way more epic than it honestly was.
That's pretty amazing. I mean, like, yeah. Oh, if you've never listened to the FF8 soundtrack as ported to PC back in the 90s, yeah, the MIDI files are just beautiful. Definitely worth listening to. I played Final Fantasy VII on PC rather than PlayStation, and let me tell you, I didn't know One Wing Angels had lyrics.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, that was so cool when I first heard it. I was like, oh, they sing. Yeah, as it turns out, the ending was a little less, like, climactic and impactful. Then again, Final Fantasy VII caused registry errors on our computer, and the number of times my father had to reformat the entire thing because of FF7.
Oh, no.
Over and over and over again. Yeah, if you have a Windows 95 computer, everybody, upgrade to Win 98 before you install Final Fantasy VII. That's my recommendation right now. GDQ's official stance. Yes, you're being summoned by FBL. FBL has to chat with you. Okay, and Ziria into the W Bull fight. Yes, we have Ziria pausing as well in order to make it a little bit fair. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being a good sport over there. Be excited, everybody, as we sit here and, yeah, there we go. I saw a little excitement in the audience. Who likes cars? Yeah, who likes cars too? Perfect. Thank you so much, audience. I haven't seen it myself, but I don't like it already.
Who likes planes?
Who likes planes? Planes are fine. They're good. Okay, and we are getting back into the action here.
What happened?
Player accidentally saved after a stage.
Oh.
It happens. 10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes left, everybody. Yeah, occasionally there are some issues, and so FBL is going to be getting back into the game. Yeah, would you like to just give us a little of the down low what happened?
Yeah, so FBL accidentally saved after stage 1. Sometimes when you're burning through these stages, you kind of like, especially when you're unfortunately stuck in a loop, you tend to get a little stressed. Sometimes you accidentally do things you don't mean to. So FBL accidentally saved after stage 1 instead of not saving. So to make sure it was fair to the rules set, where you're only allowed to save after boss fights, he solved it, acknowledged it, and was trying to figure out how to proceed to make sure that we continue to stay fair to the challenge.
Gotcha. And you're only doing it after boss fights?
Yes.
Gotcha. I get huge props, even though FBL is behind at this point. Like, the integrity of some of the players here, knowing that they did something a little bit incorrect, like, I
have mad respect and props. Like, I don't know, it takes a lot to go, yeah, I messed up. How do I fix this to make sure it stays fair?
Yeah, and I'm not going to punish, you know, an error that was completely accidental. So thank you so much, FBL, for staying, like, having the integrity to make it clear that, yes, I'm going to do this. You know, FBL is very much behind at this point, but that is fine. You know, a lot of people play in these blind game tournaments in order to learn about games that they've never played before, in order to experience something that they've never seen before. And not necessarily, you know, because they're Super Noah's Ark 3D or Super 3D Noah's Ark. I don't know the correct title because it's not clear on the box art. But, you know, they're not here to win that. They're here to experience games. And that's really what I like to be able to do, you know, give people an experience that they never would have had if they were just looking for games themselves. Because, you know, with games like Super Cauldron, which people played, you know, I heard that some of them were like, maybe I'll play this a little bit more afterwards. Would they have thought that before? They probably never would have played it. Ever.
I mean, just watching it, I want to give it a shot. But then again, I also don't have experience with a lot of like C64 games. So just trying out more C64 stuff, I feel like would give me a better like appreciation for the console, but also get me prepared in case like I play in mystery tournaments that happen to like have C64 games in them.
Yeah, it's also something that like occasionally we see people play in Kusogrande and then end up doing speedruns of games. I think that the Running Man, which is being run by Mechalink here, I believe that Mechalink discovered that because of Kusogrande. And I'm going to be doing commentary for that. Yeah, that's going to be...
I say shout-outs to Awful Block.
Awful Block tonight, everybody. Get ready to ruin your sleep schedule. I don't know how I'm going to live.
Honestly, I'm right there with you.
Because right after Awful Block is over, I'm going to be back here doing 4 hours of commentary. And I'm working until midnight tonight, so that means that I don't really get a chance for much of a nap before Awful Block. I am going to be so... yeah, if you're watching the VOD for Wednesday and you haven't seen Thursday yet, I am going to have my hair exploded, and I'm going to be extra delusional. Just sleep now. Can I go to sleep, Seth?
Yeah, you can.
I've got coffee. I'm not going to. The coffee doesn't... Oh, yeah. Apparently that's a cow. Towards the end of Awful Block is getting a shout out from our tech team. I don't like cows.
You won't like that game either.
What do you have against cows?
What do I have against cows? They're too smart. They are, like, seriously.
Oh, if that's your problem with them, then you'll be fine.
Excuse me. My grandfather was a rancher. We got 5 minutes left in the match. My grandfather was a rancher. You leave a gate open where they can't see it, they will leave because they know. They know where the vulnerabilities are in any sort of fence, and they will get through, and they will leave.
They systematically test the fence for weak spots.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing are cows or raptors.
Yeah, don't you... Clever girl.
I'm about to say, I'm just now picturing Muldoon working on like a cow farm.
Yeah, the biggest downside, like the biggest weakness for cows is that they really can't kick backwards very well. as opposed to horses that are very, very good at kicking backwards.
Not that
So-
you know of. They might be secretly practicing at night when no one's looking. Why do you think people do cow tipping?
Oh my gosh, that's not real. Cow tipping is not real.
Wait, it's not?
No, it's
Media's lied to me?
Yes, media is lied.
No!
Cow tipping is not real. People don't tip cows. It's not some like you just talk about tipping cows, but nobody does it.
You just destroyed my childhood. Thank you! Thank you!
Yeah, like I said, okay, we have somebody in the audience who said they watched their friends go cow tipping. Guess what? The cows didn't get tipped over. You know why? It's not real. Cow tipping is not real.
Challenge accepted.
Go tip a cow, Seth. I want to see you.
Maybe I will. I'm
Hey.
gonna look up the nearest cow farm from AGDQ and go there tonight while no one's looking.
Okay, someone here. Okay, we need 5
We're
people
gonna
with
have
a lot of muscles to go with Seth. Seth, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sure that you're strong, but I think that like I am two of you.
We're gonna have a Kusogrande outing tonight to go tip cows.
Okay, everybody, we're leaving Pittsburgh City tonight to go tip some cows. Yeah! Wait, no, pre-alpha block. This is like the pre-alpha block activity. We're just gonna go push some cows.
How does the Kuso crew celebrate Awful Block? We go cow tipping.
Nobody's laughing at this point. Because they all want to tip the cows. They're like taking this totally seriously. They're like, okay, who has a car here?
Listen, we take
How far
things-
is it to the closest farm, you know?
We take things here at Kuso very seriously, okay? There is no funny business here in Kuso.
Right, yeah. Because, you know,
Serious.
we have been talking about this game so much. People have joked that, like, my main tournament is less like commentating a tournament and more of a podcast because of how off topic we always get.
That's-
Always.
That honestly tracks, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I like just talking about whatever. You know, you see Rush Deppy, you start talking about cows because it came up somehow, and suddenly we get onto the topic of cow tipping and how it's not real. And yeah.
And now we're planning an outing to go tip
if
cows.
you're on YouTube and you have successfully tipped a cow,
Leave a comment.
leave a comment, even if you're a liar, okay?
Even if you're a liar, sell it.
Keep the
Sell
myth,
it to me.
Keep the legend going, the legend of cow tipping. However, it's not real, but I want you to lie. Anyways, we're really close to the end of this match. FBL is still on the first boss, Ziria on the third boss. Again, huge props to FBL for the integrity of letting us know that there was an accidental save and making sure that they could go back to the beginning of the game. It's honestly, especially when you're having a struggle with one of the bosses, it's very easy to just like get really frustrated and just want to keep going despite things not being correct. And I very much appreciate what they have done in order to make sure that they are following the rules. So yeah, we tend to have really good people in the community here, people who are not trying to like go just for the win.
And that is time.
And
Time,
there
everybody.
we go, everybody. Give them a round of applause.
So that is going to be Ziria taking the win.
Time.
Time. Hi, I know the car is cute, but look over here.
Time.
Look at us.
Time.
It's time. It's time. It's time.
They
Yay!
just want to. They just want to play Try Rush. I almost said Derpy, but Deppy. Try Rush.
I mean,
Deppy.
honestly, Try Rush Derpy also
Bit.
sticks.
Congratulations, Ziria, for taking the victory here. This was a fantastic watch and a game that, honestly, I would love to go back and play again because it is a lot of fun.
I honestly need to go back and fully play this through myself.
Yes, we're going to go ahead and get set up for the next game that was totally not chosen by Seth.
Yeah, totally
Let's
not.
go to a break. Thank you all so much. Be back with Game 3. and I love you so much. Oh, shoot. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Kusogrande at AGDQ 2026. I love that tech was waiting for me to put my phone down, and then I picked it up specifically when they did the transition, so thank you so much.
It was perfect.
Yeah. Hey, guess what? Seth gave this game out again. Who could have seen
Oh
this
my
coming?
gosh! Oh man, I was not expecting that. Literally, a carrier pigeon tapped me on the shoulder and said, "You're next."
But luckily, Burst Error and Alara, two locals here, going up against each other because fate dictated so in Tiny Toon Adventures 2 Trouble in Wacky Land. We will give more of the specifics after we start. Are you both ready? All right, in that case, feel free to get your headphones ready, and we will start. We'll give you the visual countdown in 5,
4, 3.
2, 1, go! Best of luck to the players! Woo!
I'm going to go ahead and preface this right now. If you are sensitive to flashing lights, please be aware this first stage will be kind of flashing light intensive. So if you need to step away for a little bit, I do not blame you. Just wanted to give everyone the fair warning. Especially when the bumpers are hit.
Yes. So super duper, unironically, if you still haven't looked at the screen and you are sensitive to lights,
please look away.
Look away.
We will let you know when this stage is over. This is the only stage in the game that has very intensive lights because it's bumper cars and pinball combined into one.
Yeah, for sure. Like, welcome to the NES where they kind of forgot about, like, people not hurting.
Yeah, then again, this just brings me back to like the 90s, like with Pokemon specifically, when it had like the Porygon episode that was banned in the States because of flashing lights.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was fully dubbed and everything, and they're like, oh yeah, no, this is bad, and they just canceled it immediately.
Yeah, with that said, the controls in this are a little difficult, but not too impossible. It looks like Alara took a death. Mostly, like, it seems like we've got a lot of bouncing around, turning, and then a charge in order to do a dash,
But Burst
right?
Error actually, yeah, so Burst Error has actually completed round 1. If memory serves
Still
me-
flashing,
Yeah, still flashing.
flashing.
We will see flashing until the bumper cars is over. There are 3 rounds in the bumper car stage, and we'll need to get through all of them. So, welcome to Tiny Toon Adventures 2 Trouble in Wacky Land. This is the sequel to Konami's Mario Bros. 3 clone, Tiny Toon Adventures 1.
Which was great.
Oh, which was fantastic.
This game, I feel, has some really good qualities, but also some things that are just not good.
No, because this game went for more of a mini-game approach to the stages. But Burst is actually doing a really good tactic. The idea for this stage is you need to try to get the mouses into the hole
Get
as
the mouse
Plucky.
in the hole.
And honestly, yes, you can charge up a dash. It flings them away quickly. But honestly, when you get them by the hole, you really do need to just like tap them in. Is honestly one of the best strategies that Alara is now kind of picking up. But Plucky can also fall down the hole if Plucky's not careful.
Yep, that takes away a life. The thing is, like, you need to do it fast enough that you don't run out of time. You have a reasonable amount of
I
time.
was like, it
but-
gives you a reasonable amount of time to beat the stage. But if you're not careful, that time can just get away from you quickly.
Especially with the chaos of the bouncing. Yeah, both of the players, though, making some good progress. I mean, Alara's still on the first area, but, you know, figuring out how these controls work is really important. But the downside to that is that each stage the controls change. So, like, you know, getting a good grasp on the pinball section as soon as you're done with it,
it's going
your
right
those
out the
skills
window.
are gone. So, like, really, just figure out the fastest way to do this. Figure out how you can consistently get these weird little mice into the hole. Or Burst Error, is that a game over for this section here?
So this game is really good about kind of making sure you don't really run into a game over. So this takes place in Wacky Land. It's a theme park that Montana Max has taken over, and so it's up to our heroes to basically take it back. In this game, you will be playing as Plucky, Hampton, Furball, which is my favorite of the Tiny Toons, Babs, and then finishing off with Buster as you try to kick Montana Max out of the theme park. Every stage requires some form of tickets in order to experience, but the game's really good that by like completing stages, you reacquire tickets.
So one thing that I noticed is that Alara moved on to the second part of the stage. However, your time does not go back up. It's continuous throughout this entire thing.
Yes, but when you lose a life, your time does reset.
Oh, gotcha. Unfortunately, Alara is on her last life. She is going to be restarting this section, with which Burst Error did just do. So, like, Burst Error and Alara will be doing this at least twice. Alara, though, figuring out where the hole is, the hole over to the right of this second area here. We do have the panic music starting here.
Which was very, very classic with like time-based games, where if you were starting to run out of time, that music would rush you as well, which would honestly lead to further mistakes.
Since I'm making an NES game, maybe I should do that.
Yes, yes, you should. Come on, Alara. Come
Alara,
on, come on!
Yes! Woo! 1 second left for the next round. Let's see if she can do it.
She's got this. She's got this. You can do this. And it's done.
I love video games. Still flashing, still flashing. We are still doing pinball, everybody. So, yeah, there you go. Gonna be hopping back in there. Now, you do have a certain number of tickets in this game. You use tickets in order to do these different rides. Question, does that become relevant?
It does become relevant. I'm a silly fox. I forgot to tell them how to get more tickets.
Yeah, so how do you get more tickets? Because if that does become...
it's gonna become a point. I derped hard. I'm still waking up.
No.
I know.
What I'm gonna say is that when somebody does need to get more tickets, run up there.
No, I plan on it. So yeah, no. At the very front of the park is a ticket counter. You can exchange the points you earn in stages to get more tickets.
Gotcha.
Yeah. No, whatever.
Nah, don't worry about it.
I'm not. It's just silly fox is silly.
Ooh, Burst Error, is that a completion?
That is a completion.
Now you get 1, 11, well, that's points.
So yeah, this game has a Mega Man style stage select. I've given the competitors a very specific order to tackle the stages. They're going to be doing the stages with bumper cars into the train, followed by the log flume, and then with the coaster.
Alara still has bumper cars, so there is
still flashing going on. If somehow our competitors beat all 4 stages, they can then unlock the castle, which is the final stage of the game.
Okay, that mouse just put the other mouse into the hole, so
and you know what? Sometimes that happens. You know, sometimes friendly fire is a good thing. But Alara making short work of stage 2 of bumper cars, so it's just one more, and then Alara can move on to trains.
You know, I think Plucky was my favorite character. I like Daffy Duck. I really don't care for Buster and Babs. Sorry, all you bunny lovers out there. They're overrated. I don't know.
That's it. I will always say, like, Furball is my favorite.
Furball doesn't talk, which, honestly, I think the older that I've gotten, the more that I've appreciated the sound of silence.
And then in the same vein, like, I'm also a massive fan of Calamity Coyote. Because very similar to Wile E. Coyote, he's does his best and fails to catch Little Beeper.
Yeah, but he just seems sadder than Wile E. Coyote. That's my main issue. I don't want, like... Yeah, you're like Wiley is like, haha, I'm so smart, and the
Calamity.
The little one, Calamity is just like, I'm a nervous little coyote and I need to eat.
Yeah, but like, Calamity has his moments, and there's a sports Tiny Toons game on the Genesis called Acme All Stars. Wow, I got a woo in the audience. That's
oh yeah, he's like overpowered in
perfect.
There, right?
Yes, because his special move is he summons Metal Gear.
Oh, baby.
So Calamity gets his own Metal Gear as his special attack in Acme All-Stars, which is fantastic.
Actually, let me change. Elmira is my favorite Tiny Toons character. Easily. She is so... Okay, a few people agree with me. She is perfect. She is so annoying, but it's like endearing.
It's
annoying.
so endearing. All she wants to do is hug the cuddly, wuddly creatures.
Yeah, she even had the Elvira song changed to Elmira, which I think is brilliant. Oh, Alara, you just need to get this last entry.
It's this
in there.
last
That's
mouse.
all.
You've got 37 seconds to do it. I believe in you, Alara.
Oh my gosh! And then we can tell you the flashing is stopped.
But it's still going on.
It's
so
still happening.
It's still happening, unfortunately. Oh man, that mouse is in like one of the worst. But it's maybe.
It's out.
No, it's not. It's gotten worse again.
Oh, it's better. It's better. Somewhat better. Somewhat better. No!
No!
Alara has gotten another loss in the bumper cars. However, the bumper cars go pretty fast, whereas Burst is playing as Hampton, right?
Yes, Hampton. And like another thing is, like, once again, like the bumper cars, they only take one ticket. So like you start off with 10 tickets, and the levels progressively ask more and more from you. So thankfully with like bumper cars, like yes, you can like lose constantly, but like once again, you can when you run out of tickets, you can go to the ticket exchange and get more tickets, and everything's fine. Like the game is good about giving you points, so we will not worry about that. I might need to I will need to run up and let Burst Error know about
Yeah,
that.
that's fine. You can do it like immediately after this. That it is actually, I would recommend doing that like very, very soon, just so that Burst Error doesn't go and hit the reset.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of a good time to do. Honestly, once he runs out of lives, I'm gonna run up there and let Burst know what's going on.
Yeah, sounds good. I would say with one life left, go and camp behind Burst so that you can do the shoulder tap.
I'll just be there. It's like,
Yeah, you can be the sneaky. Be like a vampire. Okay, Alara is on
Stage 2 of bumper cars.
Bumper cars,
Yeah.
and I think that again, bumper cars can go very, very fast. So, like, I do think that out of
Yeah.
all of the levels, this is the one where if you do end up dying, it's not nearly as harmful. You know.
I'm about to say, Alara's actually figured out a lot of the tricks to get through bumper cars. Like, bumper cars are the only one that has 3 mini stages since it's the most gimmicky of the levels. Like, already we got one mouse. Well, we had one mouse, and this honestly
just
reminds me a
went the
lot
hole.
of like playing Crokinole, where you're trying to shoot for a 20, and every single time you try it, you just unfortunately miss.
That's fine. One life down is completely fine because still 2 lives and 1 mouse.
Yeah, this is the final mouse, and she has more than a minute to take care of it. So if she can just get the mouse to stop bouncing, she should be able to just tap it in. Just gotta tap it in. Yeah, there we go!
Yeah!
Yes! All right!
Huge shout outs to Crokinole. I have never been able to play it at GDQ because I'm literally always busy during the times when they have the tournaments, but I have played it so much. I would recommend going up there.
We will
behind
fix
Burst Arrow
that. We
Right
will fix
now.
that. We will fix that.
Because I will kick your butts.
Bro, you can literally go down to the board game room and just check out a board and play.
Oh, I can go down. Oh, yeah, go down to the board game room during all of that free time that I have. Yeah, that's totally possible. I'm working the escape room here, by the way, and y'all should go check that out because part of it goes to the charity. I would very much appreciate it, especially since it's kind of hidden over in a corner, and because of that, you know, there hasn't been as much visibility as there has been in years past. So if you want, even just go say hi to me. I'll be sitting at the table sometimes being like, I want to talk. I want people. I want human interaction. Yeah, anyways, enough about me and the work that I'm doing, and more about Alara jumping into a pit. I like this music.
Yeah, I see why Alara was saying it was a bop.
Oh yeah, this is a bop. Yeah, and there we go. Alara exchanging for the tickets. Burst Error will need to do that after this, but now both players are aware how to get extra tickets. Both got essentially the same amount of time of discussion to be told how to get extra tickets, so we are good and set. That's the convenience of actually being in person when we've had times in Kusogrande where we needed to convey information and one person is able to pay attention to notifications and the other person has one monitor, and because of that it can be a little bit more of a problem, but we always try to compensate if there is some sort of inequality there. We try to compensate.
I will fully admit I've got a 2-monitor setup, but like when I am doing a Kuso match, I am locked into the game that I'm honestly not really paying attention to the challenge chat.
Yeah.
Unless I
understand.
feel like, okay, I think there might be a time thing coming up soon. I'll quickly glance. If I don't see a time warning, I just go right back to the game. So I'm honestly bad about checking the chat, and I'm running with 2 monitors.
Yeah, considering that we're on to our 9th main tournament, starting up after GDQ, like we have developed ways to like compensate for those different things. If somebody didn't notice something for a while just because, you know, they have a different setup, I'm not going to punish them.
Yeah.
You know, we usually give what's called bonus time at the end in order to help them out so that they, you know, are able to play. We estimate basically approximately how much time may have been lost due to something and give that to them so that they can have a chance for a comeback. And legitimately, the compensation for that has actually made the difference so that somebody who would have lost, but because of not seeing a message that they need to see, you know, managed to have the comeback during that bonus time. Yeah, we try to be as fair and well balanced if we make mistakes. So thank you so much for going up there. Mistakes are, you know, to err is human.
Exactly.
Oh no, the punching glove! Why is there a punching glove? I don't understand.
Look,
it's Tiny Toons.
It's Tiny Toons. It's an amusement park in Wacky Land. You don't question it. You just go with it.
Okay, best train stage in video games. Go.
Oh my god, best train stage? Oh, don't do this. Don't put me on the spot like this.
I've got mine. Super Tiny Toon Adventures
is
for
good.
you? Okay.
But isn't yours Ernest? I'm about to say, is yours Ernest Evans by any chance?
Ernest Evans does have a train stage, yes. And I wouldn't say that's the best train stage, but Ernest Evans is the best game, so sure. You can go ahead and say that. Mine would be Little Nemo, the Dream Master.
That is a really good one.
It's nightmarish, it's
Actually,
extremely difficult, and I love that game. The speedrun is so hard.
So I do have my answer for best train stage, and that goes to Charge Man from Mega Man 5.
Okay, because he's a train.
But the entire stage takes place on a moving train.
Oh, it's dog.
It's time for Arnold.
Yeah, I pop out of train and punch.
Pump out
It's so good. Why you hurt me, you little piggy?
Small piggy making it hurt. How dare you punch on Arnold? Make me ruin glasses.
Oh no, I fall down and become bacon. There we go, Burster is through. Time to ham it up for Alara.
Alara gets to see muscles flex with sunglasses, a big buff dog.
Oh no, I sweat a little bit when you hit me. Best train stage, the entirety of Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks. No, Alara! But Alara made it to the boss in very little time. Burst Error played that stage several times. Alara has a good chance of having a comeback now because she's made it all the way to the boss already. So I honestly think Alara is making a comeback at this time. And now, Burst Error, onto your favorite kitty cat.
Yes, we get Furball, the unlucky alley cat, but I love Furball. I love his design. I love his unluckiness. The bit ears is cute. I love this mute cat. I love this cat so much. I love what they did with him in the new Tiny Toons cartoon.
I haven't seen it.
I honestly really liked it. I know that's a hot take for a lot of people, but I honestly thought Acme University was
Good
a
choice.
really fun watch.
So Alara had taken a lot of damage early on and was just trying to die as soon as possible. She actually jumped up in order to try to get smushed between the walls and die, but unfortunately that didn't work, so she just had to wait for the mouse.
Yeah,
I love that strategy, that meta thinking of like, how can I start this over as quickly as possible?
Yeah, honestly, with the train stage, if once you start to learn the intricacies of it and you realize you're taking a lot of unnecessary damage, sometimes it's quicker to just go ahead and get the quote-unquote game over and restart fresh with full lives. The trick to the stage is really learning like the hitbox of Hampton's belly smash, because there are some times that you feel like it's going to connect, but then you do not damage the enemy and you take damage instead. So trying to figure out where the actual like damage frames are for Hampton is going to help out a lot. There's also a lot of instances in this which we've seen where the train starts decoupling, and if you're not careful, sometimes you do need to do a belly launch to make it to the next part of the train.
Yeah, the part of the difficulty with that, just now that I'm working with NES programming right now, and I've had to deal with the nightmare of hitboxes, is that these sprites for the characters are odd shapes, and in general, when you're doing hitboxes, it takes a lot to calculate exactly where the hitbox is. Usually calculating the corners of the hitbox is going to be the fastest, otherwise you're introducing lag, and that, depending on the shape of the character, which this character is not a clean 16x16 or 8x8, it's going to be a little imprecise how the hitbox is going to be shaped. So, that's just part of the NES limitations, and the developer's not quite getting it to feel natural, just because it's very hard to get it to feel natural for the NES.
So we're on my favorite part of log flume rides. Everyone knows a good log flume ride ends with a self-moving elevator with spikes on it.
Oh, yeah, spikes. You know what? Log flume is fun without death.
See, Burst is actually making really good progress on the log flume stage. Some of the tricky parts of this is you have to deal with the momentum of the log. The log does give Furball a little bit of extra momentum, so you kind of need to like plan that as well to make sure you're staying with the log at all times. There's also sections that we've seen where there are these cute little frogs that will try to jump on you during these conveyor belt sections, and you really need to figure out the timing to jump to avoid the frog. But if you don't land on the log, it treats it like it's a bottomless pit. So you need to also figure out how to jump at this awkward upward angle, land back on the log, and avoiding the frog at the same time, which Burst has kind of figured out the trick to.
Yeah, and with all of that going on, like, whenever you have a game that requires you to pay attention to multiple things at the same time, that really is a big skill test. Like, most people are going to fail the first time, not because it's impossible, but just because there's so much distraction going on. That's one thing that generally makes a good platformer, if you can manage to avoid death or avoid damage, but if you are theoretically the perfect player, you can get through it first try, but you probably won't if you're imperfect because of the difficulty there.
Aww, I love this ducking animation, he's so cute.
Doesn't the bird hurt you?
Yes, she does.
Okay, so...
Yeah, Sweetie hurts you.
Yeah, so no touchy the Sweetie.
Yeah, no touchy Sweetie, and now we're back to the, basically Flappy Bird. This is Flappy Bird in NES form. And now you have multiple Sweeties trying to murder Furball while you're also navigating the spikes and trying to figure out how to best...
These look like Mario, like Super Mario World spike things. You know what those are? Yeah.
Yeah, no, it looks like they've been ripped out of the castle stages from Mario. But it's okay, the spike section is done, and now you need to...
No!
Jump from the platform back onto the log.
I mean, it's understandable. What's that mouse? I don't like the mouse.
Sneezer, Little Sneezer.
Little Sneezer, do you like the mouse?
I'm not a Sneezer fan.
Okay. Is anybody here a Sneezer fan? Yep, literally nobody cares. Nobody cares for Sneezer.
Does have a really cool screen wipe in Tiny Toon Adventures Buster's Hidden Treasure on the Genesis.
Okay.
Because in that game, you do get like friends that you can use as a screen wipe. Sneezer floats in on a balloon, sneezes and blows all of the enemies away.
I mean, I appreciate that. Thank you.
I will say that like Little Beeper's also in that, and Beeper just has the zoomies and just knocks everything off the screen.
That's so good.
That game also has Plucky as the Toxic Avenger as a boss fight, which is a really fun boss fight as well.
Okay. By the way, it looks like it's about time for our final match to receive their game. Amazing Toaster is here. Jed, are you here?
Jed's here.
Okay, in that case, please follow the GM who has stood up and go and talk about your game.
I honestly could go on and on about Tiny Toons games. Like, Tiny Toons is still one of my favorite, like, WB, like, kids show. When it came out, I, grew up watching this, Animaniacs, Freakazoid, Road Rovers for that short.
Alara,
So
death on the
close.
boss again. I still think that she hasn't spent as much time on this stage as Burst Error did. Like, maybe 1 or 2 more attempts and she'll start to, be to the point where she's spent a lot more time. So, she's still not that far behind in the grand scheme of things. We've
Right,
got
because,
plenty of time.
remember, Burst was able to get through bumper cars relatively quickly, all things considered. So
Yes.
Burst has had longer on both the train stage and now the long flume stage. So I do think with maybe another, I think this attempt, if everything goes well, I think Alora's got it. I'm really curious how she's going to adapt to the log flume stage.
Yeah, now be aware, the hardest stage is coming up.
Oh, I am excited. I am really, really excited to see how Burst is going to tackle the coaster, because this is honestly arguably one of the tougher stages on the NES library, and
You'll see.
It's me.
No spoilers.
No spoilers.
You'll enjoy. And if you don't enjoy it, then you don't enjoy people suffering. Simply put, you're too nice.
And that's unfortunate for Burst. It's going to be a game over. Oh well, never mind. He was saved by Moby Dick.
Yay! Thank you, whale. Wait,
Hands for the whale. That's it. That's the log flume stage.
log flume is down onto your worst nightmare.
Burst, I apologize. No, I don't apologize. Have fun.
Absolutely not.
There's
I
no
played
apology.
this.
Have fun, Burst.
Yeah,
Honestly, yeah, that is a smart move. Go to the ticket counter.
yeah. Just
Oh,
essentially, you get to this stage and you start understanding why this is a game in Kusogrande, in Kusogrande.
I have watched speedruns of this game, and the people who have mastered this, I don't know how they've done it. But Burst is yes. Yes.
Apparently, there's a survey going on. What's the survey?
Do I like what?
Do I like what?
Do you like eating beans?
Beans? It depends on the beans. Black beans, fantastic. Pinto beans, they're okay.
I honestly-
baked beans suck.
I honestly hate beans. The only beans I like are red, Japanese sweet red beans, like azuki beans. I love
Wow,
those.
okay, Burst Error getting a little bit of damage there. Anyways, yeah, so Burst Error is learning some of the quirks here of turning upside down during the coaster. You do have to alternate all the time here, taking some extra damage there because there's just no time to react.
There is no time
There's
to react.
no time to react.
This is a stage of brute force memorization in order to make progress.
You have 3 hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you're hit 3 times, you go back to the beginning of this stage. There is no checkpoints. You start from the beginning every single time.
Yeah, not only is it brute memorization, but the timing, because it takes time to rotate in order to get into the next position here.
It's
Yeah.
it is rude. Honestly, what Burst is doing is smart because you need to flip, you need to duck, you need to keep in mind what you've done because the stage has a tendency of repeating sections but then doing it in reverse so you're not prepared for it. But we're back at the Arundel fight.
I think this is going to be successful this time. Alara has 1 extra HP, and that is enough to genuinely get through just fine.
Arnold's being rude though. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, I got a little hit.
That's
from
it,
a
she
little
did it,
bit.
yes!
Alara is through! Moving on to stage 3, the log flume. Again, I do not think that this puts Alara out of the runnings because the burst error is on to Nightmares and takes another death. The thing is, like, what I find is helpful for something like this is learning what do I feel I'm capable of actually doing and what do I want to just damage through, because if I start trying to dodge everything, I'm gonna start overthinking. And overthinking is not good when you're playing a game like this.
I will say, now we can actually hear the music in the audience. This is my favorite track in the game. The log flume track goes hard, and I love it.
Oh yeah, I'm a kitty cat. Yeah, yeah. Good, good. Up the frog. Hi, frog. Don't get me, frog. Ow.
Yeah, so now Alara needs to like try to figure out like the best way to get through this section of the frogs. Like the best way to get through the frogs is you need to jump forward, which seems counterintuitive because you're going up an incline, but if you jump forward, you can then rearrange Furball to make it back to on the platform on time. Burst, kind of finding like almost like a secret iframe, if you will. If you know how to time it right with the flip, you can sometimes avoid damage, just kind of like what Burst has showed us.
And they're clowns?
Yes.
Why are there this game didn't need clowns?
Yeah, it did.
No.
We're in a theme park. You need clowns, especially in the 90s.
Right. What theme park have you been to that had clowns?
We have clowns as a horror thing for Halloween Horror Nights every year.
Okay, is this a horror game? Apparently it is now.
Look, the roller coaster stage could easily be a horror stage, and the final stage is a horror level. So yes, it is a horror game.
Hey, guess who developed this? It's Konami. Thank you so much, Konami, for making one of the hardest stages ever, because you just did not give enough reaction time for anything happening in this.
No, it's. Oh no!
Oh.
Our Furball drowned.
Well, it got wet. I think Furball's immortal. I think most cartoons are immortal at this point.
I mean,
except for like Ned Flanders' wife. You know. I'm sorry. Okay, is it too soon? Too soon.
Too soon. I gotta say, Toon Logic 101. You are impervious to all damage.
Yeah,
As
except for Mufasa.
Yeah, except for Okay, well, it's. Listen, there are some tunes that just. No, I got nothing. Look, as the living embodiment of a tune, I like to imagine. I am impervious. If I put my mind to it, I am impervious.
Okay. So, by the way, what's funny is one of the developers for this apparently worked on Rocket Knight Adventures,
Yes.
which you were talking about earlier. I mean, we've also got one of the, like, the audio here ended up being done by a composer for Beatmania, some of the Dance Dance Revolutions, Poppin' Music,
Yep.
honestly, it made some really amazing audio. Monster in My Pocket, which I know a decent amount of. Yeah, it's got good music. There were 3 people who worked on music, which is a lot more than a lot of games of the era. But at the same time, just looking at people, you know, this wasn't necessarily the senior team at Konami working on it. A lot of people, this was like their first or second game.
I'm about to say, by the time this game came out in '93, like the core Konami team was already working on projects for both like the Super Nintendo and the Genesis. So the NES front was definitely like given over to like a lot of the junior developers. Laura currently on the Flappy Bird section. Which, honestly, she made really good progress. I think she actually got there quicker than Burst did. So
Yeah,
we still have
Alara
time for
can
Alara
catch
to
up.
catch up. It's really going to come down to, like, I'm not going to say we're going to give Burst the win, because if Alara can make it to the roller coaster stage and make a smidget more progress than Burst, that will edge Alara out.
Yeah, and I know which clown killed Burst Error.
Yeah.
It's in my brain. It's right here, okay? I saw the clown.
Are you scarred by the clown?
No, Burst Error is. Burst Error died.
So I had fun with this where two of my best friends, I politely asked them at the end of like Kuso 7, like, hey, like I know you guys were curious about this. Do you want like a little mini Kuso experience? And like, well, what do you mean? It's like, cool. I'm gonna give you guys the list of games I gave out for Kuso 7, and I want you guys to vote for one, veto one, and for like the 4-hour span that I streamed, we'll pick 4 games, and I want you guys to have fun with it. And they picked this game, and they both got stonewalled here at the coaster. So then I did the reverse, like 2 streams. So they're like, okay, cool. Y'all pick the games that I've given out and give it to me. They immediately chose this game, and I managed to complete it within the hour mark, upsetting both of them. Honestly, the bulk of my time was spent here on this coaster stage. I can't emphasize enough how much this is route memorization.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can get very lucky with getting good rat placement, and honestly sometimes rat RNG with bumper cars. If you're confident with platformers, you can make it past the train and the log flume level relatively easy. The roller coaster is the pure part of endurance, because you can honestly get fatigued from seeing the exact same course.
That was the same clown that got first error the previous time. The personal best at this point is that specific clown.
And the worst part is, that's like the stage only gets harder from that clown.
Yeah.
The ending of the roller coaster is rude.
Yeah, you absolutely. What at this point, what you really need to do is focus on having at least 2 hit points when you get there. You know, so that you can see a little bit more. You just need a little bit more.
Like, if honestly, you need to try to like make it up to the first clown section without taking damage. And then at that point, you can actually find ways to both damage boost as well as just continually look and memorize the course. Because the final section, you honestly need to have 2 hits remaining. Speaking of remaining, we have 15 minutes remaining on the timer. But if you can make it to the final section with 2 hits, you can damage boost to the end for a cheese victory.
Yes. Now, Alara is still 1 stage behind, but again, if Alara can get to the roller coaster stage and start figuring out some of the patterns to move in and maybe even get a little bit lucky, she could make some progress past first error.
She is right there. She made it to the Flappy Bird section in the log flume quicker than Bursted. And she also made it to the very end of that section too. So I believe, and I got full confidence in her, she should be able to clear log flume during this attempt.
Yeah, come on. I love to have a close finish. Ow.
Oh,
Stupid
yeah.
frog. I like the sound of the frog.
Now, if this had voices, it'd probably go, hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal.
Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. Please don't DMC me. I'm drinking like the wrong side of the coffee cup. Let me turn that around real quick. Oh yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
No.
so Burst did, I saw that. Burst made it past the clowns that he initially struggled on. Now he's on like, yeah, it's.
Okay, second time that he's gotten there. I missed it. Yeah, the thing is, you have to flip up and then immediately duck.
And then it goes in reverse, and then you need to kind of do everything backwards.
Flappy Bird's almost done. Time to make the jump.
Oh, just barely made it.
Very nice. She may be able to beat it, but with only 1 HP, just need to make sure that
She needs to be careful. If I were... Yeah, we've got like 1 more thing as Sweetie, and I think we've got like 1 more frog coming up as well. Actually, no, that's it. As long as Alora doesn't panic and accidentally jump off when the log stops moving, because I would probably also assume there'd be a stupid blind jump. But no, that's it. The cutscene starting, Furball's going down, and now we're...
She's like, what?
But it's okay, Moby Dick's there!
Alara is through, and now it's really up to the roller coaster to see who manages to make more
I was
progress.
about to say, now at this point, this is officially turned into a close race. Like, we need to see how Alara is going to adapt to the roller coaster ride from heck.
I mean, that's just, look, simply put, Happy World Land is better than Wacky Land. Don't at me.
Oh! remember, Burst, gravity is a thing. If you're
And-
hanging upside down, gravity exists.
Well, if gravity exists, whether or not you're hanging upside down, unless you're like in space. But gravity still exists. It just doesn't affect you the same.
I will say, I do think the best
This music is so
content from Tiny Toon Adventures is the movie How I Spent My Summer Vacation, just for the wacky, for the Happy World Land payoff.
That was my childhood. We watched this so much. I think my parents hated us.
So
Movie.
for
Yeah.
context, unfortunately, you can still find a DVD for How I Spent My Summer Vacation. It is
Okay.
a bit on the harder side to find. It's not lost media, thankfully, but it is hard to find. But like, it follows like the main characters as they go through their summer vacation, and one of the main plots is Plucky joining Hampton's family to a vacation to Happy World Land. He thinks it's going to, like, he's tricking them into basically going to the equivalent of Disney.
I love that they like brought a serial killer into their car as well.
That.
Like that is so good. There's weird like polygamy jokes and like okay, like for a cartoon for kids, it really pushes the line of tastefulness, and I love it.
There's also like the family car game of There's a Car, where they just go, there's a car, there's a car, there's a car,
Yeah.
which my partner and I quote all the time
There's
when
a-
we're on our road trips.
What do they call the truck? There's a what is it? Red truck,
Yeah,
something like that.
like that.
Yeah, they almost said car, but it wasn't a car. But yeah, instead of being like, there's a red car or like, there's a something license plate, they were just naming any car.
It was fantastic, but the very like end of it, they jump on the monorail, they go through an entire tour of all the rides in Happy World Land.
10 minutes left, yeah. I still have some of the music memorized. Let's see. Welcome to the land where the fun never stops. We've got 6 real rides and 400 gift shops. Your cheeks are always rosy, the skies are always blue. This is Happy World Land where all your dreams come true.
It's so good. I love that. I honestly, I need to rewatch it. I need to find it and rewatch it.
I haven't watched it in like 30 years, and I still have some of the songs memorized. Like, yeah, this is what childhood does to you. It ruins you. Nobody
say
go
it
through
improves
childhood. Childhood officially. Okay, never mind. No, that's not an official GDQ stance. Yeah, just sequence break. Become an adult right away, you know. That way you can start complaining. The music is so stressful. Alara, though, making the jump, starting to get to the true difficulty here with Clowns. I don't know if she's really learned how to duck in this yet.
So she has.
Okay.
But it's
Ooh.
just, once again, when you're first starting off the coaster stage, everything comes out fast.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
I
you have
cannot
to learn.
stress, like, yes, it looks fast when you're watching it, but when you're playing it, you really don't have that much reaction time, especially when it comes to the flipping sections, and that's something you have to get used to quick if you're going to make any legitimate progress on this stage.
I feel like Alara's really good at memory, though. Like, she's making some very good progress already, and like making it to the clown section that kept killing Burst Error over and over again. Alara's already there. Like, there's a very real possibility that we could see a lead change here, as long as Alara remembers the pattern.
Yeah, if Alara can memorize the pattern, so she's on the first clown section with the red cars. She still needs to get to the second clown section with the blue cars. Because Burst has made it past that bit. Alara's actually, I think, figured out that you can still, quote-unquote, duck when you're hanging upside down, and I don't think Burst has figured that out yet.
You can hang upside down.
Yes,
oh, yeah,
you can.
yeah. You just pull yourself up a little bit. That's weird. I like it, but it's weird. But with that said, yeah, that gives Alara a huge advantage. Gonna be able to avoid some damage in places where Burst keeps taking damage. Ooh, okay, tanking one hit is not a bad thing. Sometimes you just accept damage.
I must say, like, Burst Error doing like an intentional damage boost to get past like that tricky diamond section that I know they were struggling with.
Ooh, good
Alara-
flips around the clown.
I'm not even playing and my heart's racing watching these two.
I'm so excited. I don't know what's gonna happen. Like Burst, Alara was like, this is right in Burst's wheelhouse, and so Burst is gonna win, like inevitably.
No,
I don't know if that's gonna be true.
Like when Alara said that, I shook my head because I had a feeling that like this was going to be the equalizer. Because you can be good at 8-bit platformers and then you're legitimately thrown for a loop. Honestly, that's.
Oh!
So Alara is right there. Burst has made a slightly more progress in that section of the roller coaster castle. She is chomping at the heels of Burst. Oh my gosh, this is turning into a close match.
Hey, look, they're both at the exact same place of the roller coaster. Yeah, y'all, if you go cross-eyed, you get some sort of really weird vision, and it's like 3D. Whoa.
I'm just gonna go ahead and take something from the Tetris community. They're neck and neck. Yeah. Boom, roller coaster for you.
You know what? The more that I think about it, the more that I think I'm okay with Babs. Maybe I just didn't like Buster. Babs is fine. I mean, she's got bows on her ears. That's cool.
She also has a really good fashion sense, too. Not as good as Fifi.
Yeah, I don't remember Fifi enough to remember if I liked her or not. I don't know. She was a skunk.
Yeah, she was the skunk that always hung out with Shirley the Loon.
Oh yeah, I forgot Shirley DeLune. I mean, she sells you tickets here for points, so that's cool. Capitalism, except not using money. Different capitalism.
I know I've had someone ask me, like, what do you think's worse, the roller coaster stage in Tiny Toon Adventures 2 or the football stage in the Super Nintendo
I like the
Tiny
football
Toon game?
stage. It's easy. It took a little while to get to the point where it was
All
consistently
right, we got
hittable.
5 minutes left. We are...
As close as can be when it comes to this game. Alara really using the jumps here, tanking damage, but that's fine.
That's fine. She just needs to hang on. She's about to tie Burst. It really
What the
depends on how
crap?
she is going to handle this section. But now Burst is right back here with a quick flip and a quick duck. That's officially, Alara has made more progress than Burst officially.
Oh my
They're
god.
both on
But
one hit
they
left.
both made more progress. What the crap?
She is just a few seconds ahead, and this is the rude section of the coaster.
But Alara
Alara is officially in the lead now. Once again, my heart is racing. Oh my gosh. Okay, real quick, Nux, how much time what was the official time stance right now?
We've got like 4 minutes left.
4 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's anyone's game. This is one of the best matches that we've had here at Kuso Live, like, ever. This is so good.
Like, the Rags to Riches run was great. Oh my gosh.
It's literal seconds is what the lead is. And there is enough time that they could get probably 2 more attempts on this coaster stage.
I mean, I'd say, like, Alara survived a fraction of a second more than Burst Error,
Yeah.
and thus moved into the lead. You know, but really, who knows? Who knows at this point? Alara is doing a very good job of remembering how to get through these areas, and yeah, doing some strategies that worry me, like jumping in this stage always scares me.
No, it is a calculator, but honestly, like when you're going into like the main mega castle, Alara's strategy for jumping over the blue clown, intentionally taking the damage on the diamond, that is a valid strat. That is actually a strat that I use when I play this stage, because it helps a lot, because that castle section is very rude if you try to play it legit.
Oh yeah. Okay, we've got clowns coming up. Very nice clown jump.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, gonna jump.
Yeah, taking
take
the
damage.
additional damage.
That's okay because she has 2 HP. You get to go through that
you
clown
can
for free.
see how long the iframes last.
Yeah, Burst
Oh
Error
my
with 2 HP going into this area as well. Just gotta get the flips, the duck, go at... Okay. Fantastic here. Alara still has an extra HP going into this
Honestly,
climb, so does Burst Air.
Alara could probably tank. This is the end of the stage. Like, this is the end. Like, Alara. That's it!
What? Woo! Burst Air is through! What the crap? It's gonna
Oh
come
my
down
gosh.
to the final
comes-
stage. How far can they push through the castle?
And they're about to play as Buster, which Buster unfortunately feels very floaty in this game. So it's gonna really depend on how quickly can they get used to Buster's movement set. There are some really fun cheese strats with Buster Bunny, because he has this really awesome bicycle kick that you can kind of use to float over
Some of the gaps in this castle. Oh my gosh. I
Yeah, like... Oh yeah, this music is good.
Oh yeah, so Buster can run. They're intentionally taking their time, which I do not blame.
But there we go, almost tied. Almost.
Like
pixel
Alara is
perfect.
still ahead by a few seconds. Like it, and now it's gone back to
Burst
Burst.
is in the lead, but that is not going to last for very long because they are.
Now Alara is in the no, Burst is still in the lead.
again. Okay.
I can't. Oh my gosh, I don't blame Alara for taking her time. I really can't.
She's not taking her time. They're both going essentially as fast
as they can, because they're now in everyone's favorite, a door maze. Who here loves door mazes?
No. Why? Why would you cheer for door mazes? They're the worst. Okay, because they're not playing. Yeah, that's decent. Okay, getting extra health, and now trying to figure out where they need to go
this door maze.
You just got to go back through the door, right?
Yeah, so you need to go back through the door. That's time. Oh my gosh.
Who made more progress?
Burst by like a few seconds, like a literal seconds.
Well, everybody, that is the decision. Burst by a fraction of a second. Like, seriously, it was straight up within 1 or 2 seconds.
It was Burst. By a literal second.
But let me tell you, you took the lead on the roller coaster. You managed to beat Burst by about half a second.
And then you maintained like that half a second lead. It's
then in this castle, it went back and forth between you.
Like this is the closest match of the tournament.
Yeah, like honestly, everybody give a round of applause.
Seriously, give a big round of applause for
having possibly the best match that we have had at Kuso Live. I love this. We are going to go ahead and go to a break for preparation for the last game of today. This is exactly what I love to see at a tournament. Stay tuned, everybody. We will be right back. Everyone, welcome back to Kuso Live at SGDQ, JK AGDQ 2026. I am Brosencha here with Grey Googlitch playing Super Mario Bros.
It's just regular SMB1, I swear. With
Oh,
infinite
okay.
lives and permanent progression. We're not going to worry about it. We'll get into it when we get further in.
Cool. Well, in that case, both of you, are you ready? Okay, go ahead and, get your headphones ready and you can hit start. We'll start the countdown now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, so I might have buried the lead a little bit. There might be some changes to the game, just a little bit. We're playing a variant of Super Mario Bros. Called Super Lava Bros.
Yeah.
The floor is lava.
Hey, it looks like Cosmic is the one who made this. Everybody knows, well, maybe not everybody knows Cosmic. Who is Cosmic?
Cosmic is an SMB1 speedrunner and a genuinely fantastic runner at that. And made this a while back. I'm not sure what the animus was for it, but it's a very interesting game. The only problem with it is it is crushingly difficult.
Yeah, I like just playing around a little bit with the beginning. I can see that like some of the jumps are very much perfectly spaced out in order to do some of the tricky jumps that you need to do here, you know. So figuring out what type of speed you need in order to make these jumps is going to be crucial, and a little bit of memorization so that when you get to the next jump that you gotta make, you are at the correct speed. I
Yep.
think really like it's going to have a learning curve, but not impossible.
Exactly. We're also playing on the easiest version of it. This has some slight map modifications to make it a little easier to do. There's 4 where there wouldn't be some in the original version of that game. So there's a hard mode, which removes some of those patches, and then there's a much harder, which requires glitches.
Yeah, it seems like this jump from one pipe to the next, when you see the Goombas falling, that jump is really the first one to test. It might be a pixel perfect jump. It certainly is a very precise jump.
Yes, a lot of these are very much, you have to kind of just push it to its furthest limits. They are all completable. Earlier today, I cleared up to the second world castle. In roughly about an hour, but I also consider myself a relatively decent player of SMB1, so knowing a little bit about the game, you should be able to pick up about it. We made sure both of our racers had familiarity, but not an expertise with the game.
Yeah, I've played a decent amount of Super Mario Brothers 1. I think I've beaten the first game. Oh, okay, there we go. Amazing Toaster getting past the first tricky jump. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go ahead and be the clapper. I'm like, yeah, good job.
Big claps, yeah. So there are some specific rules for this. Let's kind of cover those early on. Players are not allowed to use world warps, so they can't warp between worlds 1 and 4, or 5 and 7. All those things.
Jed getting past that tricky jump as well. They're both really backwards jump by Amazing Toaster.
Toaster's got the right idea there. Doing that kind of turnaround can limit your momentum a little bit, but also let you kind of immediately go into a run when you land.
Oh, really?
Yeah, what you're doing is you're limiting your momentum to slow yourself down a little bit to hit your landing spot, but then move forward again to maintain your propulsion.
Yeah, one tricky thing with Mario 1 compared to some of the other Mario games is that your momentum is a lot stronger, I'd say. Like, you definitely are more of a bowling ball than in other Mario games. And because of that, like, figuring out how to slow down and speed up in the right amount of time is one of the main tricks here. However, that also comes with some advantages because you will be able to maintain certain speeds a little bit faster. I think that was a tiny bit of more progress by Amazing Toaster. We're going to have a lot of back and forth, I think, early on from what I'm seeing here. Now, ROM hacks are something that we have had in Kuso Live and Kusogrande in general before. The Goomba! How dare you? He's so grumpy.
What is a Goomba, anyway?
It's a little squish guy.
It's
A miserable pile of secrets, says the audience. I think that the blocks are closer to that because the blocks are literally the inhabitants of the Mushroom Kingdom turned into blocks. Whereas the Goombas are part of the of Bowser's army, I think.
I think so. I can't remember the lore. There's so much lore to these games. I mean, that's what happens with a franchise that's what? How many years at this point?
This is the first game, okay? We're talking about Game 1's lore. Game 1's lore is that they're part of the army.
Yeah, he's got control of the Goombas. The Goombas are off to fight, fight Mario.
No, jump on the Goomba. Don't let the Goomba jump on you. You silly Billy. Oh, silly Mario.
So there is one other thing. They are allowed to use subworlds too. So if they know there's a pipe they can go into, they find one they can go into. That is valid progress. So that'll allow them, sometimes in certain cases, bypassing some challenge, which is kind of great if you can find it. So it's worth double checking pipes when you get to them to see if you can go in them.
Yeah, usually even while you're running, you can tap down to see if you happen to go into it. But one thing with Super Mario Brothers 1 is that it's very easy to not go down a pipe that is enterable if you are running. But if you stop running, you might not be able to make the next jump. But considering how often you die in this anyway, missing one jump, not the biggest deal. Oh no, that Goomba! Ah.
And with the infinite lives, it's always a good idea to make sure you're checking stuff and looking for the best possible way to do things. You've got the opportunity. It makes sense to do it.
See, this Goomba has become the Mario.
So our players are tied with Amazing Toaster getting there just a little bit sooner. It's going to be a lot of this back and forth at the start. We're in for a pretty fun match, I can imagine.
Yeah, I get very, very infuriated by anything that's Kaizo-like, and I really start getting in my own head. And getting gifted something in a match that is this level of difficulty, some people are going to deal with it a lot better than other people. I would probably fail spectacularly in front of people.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be a making up the progress.
No, the Goomba keeps tricking you. No!
But we're looking at inches at a time here. We're not looking at feet. We're not looking at miles. We're looking at very small incremental progress as players learn the stage and what movement they need for it, and how far they can get through.
Yeah, the biggest thing is to not get angry at yourself because you messed something up that you had passed before. Make sure you keep calm, keep Marioing. Yeah, basically that. But it still is very, very easy to start getting inside your own head. So just, be calm. You've got 50 minutes. You've got 50 minutes to try to make as much progress as you can. And Amazing Toaster did not get Mario'd by a Goomba.
That is definite progress.
Oh,
what we're
but
going
still,
to see
really good.
is
We're
the
past
first
the
checkpoint.
Goomba.
I believe Amazing Toaster has made permanent progress, and we get to see the other fun portion of this. It's not a soft lock. Let me assure you. So what you can do is you can hold jump as you load in, and that will give you a jump. So,
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
and this works in vanilla too. So if you are holding that button down when you spawn in, you'll jump up.
Gotcha. Did you tell them about that?
I did. I explicitly told them about that because it would be incredibly cruel otherwise. I'm not that mean. I mean, I do give that mean stuff, but not that mean.
Is this okay? So this is 1-1, just with no floor.
Yeah, Cosmic's explicit mission in this was to make this game as close to vanilla as possible while still having the entire floor be gone. And I know it's sort of a little counter to the idea, but yeah.
That actually, I love that because that means that we're probably not going to see some of the trolls that you might expect in a Kaizo game. Instead, it's just, let's not touch the floor because the floor is lava. Let's just stay on top of the objects here. There are probably additional objects placed every once in a while or enemies placed once in a while so that you can get more elevation.
Yes, there are certain blocks that are placed to make things a little easier. Experienced SMV1 runners can do wall clips to land inside walls and jump off. In that case, we're not going to have to do any of that. Some of the more tricky blocks that you'd have to use certain things to break might be already broken, those sorts of things.
Yeah, but that also means that there are going to be mushrooms in certain areas that the players can collect, which might not matter too much, honestly.
And that is progress from Jed now. We're
Yeah.
pushing into the same checkpoint, which is fantastic. Both players are now caught up to each other. We still have Amazing Toaster with progress first, so that's going to be preferential.
Still, great job, Jed. We've
Excellent.
got the checkpoint. We're good. Jed's gonna die right here because doesn't know that it's a checkpoint. Yeah,
There we
Jed
go.
just giving the nod, acknowledging I made progress and I died.
Yeah, that is one of the things you just got to get used to. There's also the idea of you've got to build momentum or make sure you've got at least enough to cross where you need to go. So for some of these later jumps, there's just no flat surfaces to gain a lot of momentum. You have to carry it through from specific places. And Jed doing like exactly what you need to do there, which is kind of keep your momentum and just jump lightly.
Sometimes you
Target
can do a little bit of a wiggle back and forth to get a tiny additional momentum, but you know, you got to start figuring out, do I use this tiny space that I'm given, or do I need to hold on to momentum from earlier? And Jed trying to figure that out here. Technically, I think if you get to the lowest block, you can get across, but you know, it's also possible keeping momentum and staying a bit higher during that like sort of slanted block nightmare.
Yeah, you can definitely carry some momentum through there and make it a little easier on yourself. But yes, if you are on that bottom block, there is enough space to get across. So it's just a matter of getting that momentum, keeping yourself moving, and knowing when you can afford to take a step back and sort of stop for a second. I believe the second block is also close enough. Yeah, it's close enough to do that. And you can also do one other little tactic here of neutraling the D-pad while you're doing that, so you're not going to gain momentum between
Almost to the end of the stage. Jed might be able to make these final jumps here.
We're very close. It's very close to the end of 1-1. Jed's on the final pyramid. Can he hit the flag?
Just and there we go. 1-1 is cleared. Jed moving on to 1-2.
When was the last time you saw applause like that for 1-1 in SMPW? In SMPW?
Every day, baby. Always applaud 1-1.
All right, so we are on to 1-2 rather. Which is the first underworld stage, as you know. It gives you a landing spot at the start, you know, just to be kind. But this is where we start really seeing the need to hold momentum over time, because there's really no way to get from that lowest block over to the other side.
There we go. Amazing Toaster through 1-1 as well.
There we
Very
go.
nice.
Very, very nice. Our players are starting to make progress. I mean, that's the thing. It was going to be a little bit of struggle at the start to really learn the momentum of SMB1, because it is so strange as far as the physics is set up.
One thing that you can do, by the way, is a little bit, if you go to the left and jump and then land back on the platform that you were on and keep running and make another jump, in a very small area, you can build up a little bit more momentum rather than just standing on the platform. So, you know, figuring out the meta strategy, how do I get a little additional momentum to make this jump? Is very helpful here. So, you know, maintaining momentum is probably the easiest way to get through that. And Jed almost made those jumps, but unfortunately didn't quite get through it. That's fine.
So I kind of liken it a little bit to the Impossible game, if you've ever played that.
Trying to recall if I have.
Okay, it's a game where you're a square, and the entire point of your square existence is to try and get through a path, and you're you're basically auto-moving, you're jumping over spikes.
Oh!
Some of that time requires you to
Still
not
good
take action.
push. Good push.
Excellent push. Yeah, so we're seeing Amazing Toaster catching up right now. They're both actually already getting close to the. Oh, we already have a second checkpoint. Fan-freaking-tastic. Let's go. So that is a checkpoint for Jed, who is still slightly ahead of Amazing Toaster.
Yeah, but not by much. Amazing Toaster almost got that checkpoint.
The jump before that is actually one of the first walls I ran into when I was running through it, is that jump in between those two sections. There's like a too tall entrance. If you don't hit it with the right height, you don't get through.
Yeah.
That becomes a big problem.
Yeah, Amazing Toaster using the walk off a block in order to make that tricky jump.
This is
Oh,
perfect.
Toaster getting the
Fantastic.
lovely jump, and that is a checkpoint for Toaster. Great job. Oh, the Piranha Plant jumping his butt.
Obviously, we're counting individual progress in stages, but the checkpoints make it kind of nice and clear and concise as to where we're picking up from. So, yeah, this is the first time they're jumping onto an active piranha pipe, which can be kind of tricky because you've got to mitigate how far you're moving to kind of make sure you only land on the edge. Sometimes if you get far enough in, you can kind of hit it and still not actually have it count. Those hitboxes are kind of tricky on those piranha plants.
Yeah, you can also potentially get the Piranha Plant to spawn before you make the jump, which I saw Jed do. That made it a little bit safer. Jed sort of queuing it up right there. There we go. Not getting chomped.
All right, that's fantastic. There's a little more speed probably necessary to get across there. Hey, there we go. Jed got it. Now this would be the area where most people immediately go for the warp pipes, but we know that that's not part of the rules, so we're gonna have to go through the regular pipe as intended.
Going to pipe.
We're going on to 1-3, assuming that Jed gets this flag.
There we
There
go.
we go.
1-2 is down. Amazing Toaster, though, has been doing some great pushes. I expect a little bit more progress in just a second.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, like I said earlier, like I would get infuriated by Kaizo. I don't think I would get infuriated by this. This genuinely feels like something that I want to try sometime.
This feels, to me when I play it, it feels a lot like just a reimagining of the idea, right? Rather than it being something that's completely brand new, it's saying, let's just take this thing that exists and make it a little bit different, a little more interesting. And for people who do SMB1 speedrunning, it's one of those things that it adds some challenge and some change to what is otherwise a completely static run.
Yeah, Jed is on 1-3, which honestly is pretty much the same as vanilla.
Oh yeah, this is, yeah, 1-3 is basically the same, which is kind of nice. It's a good little break. We'll wait till we see the castles, though. The castle's going to be where we see our next big stumbling block.
Okay, yeah, Jed through another level. 1-3 goes fast.
1-3 is fast, and that's because it is so very vanilla-like.
Yeah.
All right, on to the castle.
Time for a wall. Amazing Toaster managing to land on the pipe without getting chomped. Fantastic. It's really almost a cakewalk at this point. Just
Yep.
gotta not die.
This is basically the same as vanilla. Just don't touch the ground and make sure you get the flag at this point. So it looks like Toaster is in fact going to make progress on 1-3.
Fantastic. On to 1-3. 1-3 should just be a shot or two, and Amazing Toaster will be moving on to the castle as well.
Exactly. So we're in good shape right here. If you remember the original version of this, there was a floor below. That floor's moved up top.
Oh, who could have guessed that the game The Floor is Lava doesn't have a floor?
Yeah.
Ah! Getting a little bit of a bonk.
Yeah, so it's pretty decently far into 1-4. There are no checkpoints in 1-4. The castle's never had checkpoints. It wants you to do the whole thing in one run, and they're usually not very long levels. But the hardest part of this is going to be coming up with the actual boss. And like I said, we're gonna reserve that for actually when we see it the first time, rather than it being spoiled ahead of time. But this section, again, it's all about that controlling momentum, making sure when you land, you stop. And that can be pretty tricky. The momentum in this game, you know, it's slow to build, it's slow to lose as well.
Yeah, and also it's not just straight up like a smooth curve from slow to fast. Very nice, Amazing Toaster. Moving on to 1-4, moving on to the castle. It's very close to a tie at this point. Jed getting a decent amount of progress. Ooh, those one tile blocks are tricky to survive.
Mm-hmm. It's all, like I said, all about stopping in time, making sure you don't just slide off the end there. It's so easy to do.
I'm trying to remember, are there checkpoints in castles?
No, there are none whatsoever, and that is intentionally designed that way to make it just a bit more challenging. All right, but we do have the Bowser fire. Now, people are going to be tempted to wait out that fire, but it gets worse the longer you wait, and you're going to end up having it kind of going through the areas you're going to have to try and land. Amazing Toaster is
very
close to
nice
taking
jumps.
the lead. Amazing Toaster has officially taken the lead.
Yeah. Oh no!
Oh, but fell just short of the room where Bowser actually is.
Just needed a few more pixels of running in order to build enough speed in order to make that jump.
Very much so. So we're at this point where they're almost tied. They're very, very close to each other at this point for PB. The first person that lands on that platform is going to be officially then in the lead. Once we get past this section. And I have no doubt our players are going to clear at least this world and probably the next one before time is up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there are things that are quite challenging about this game, but like I said, once you dial it in, you can kind of just keep rolling with it. Yeah, and I hope people are fans of the Mario death sound, because we're going to hear it a lot for the remainder of this run.
I'm a huge fan of death.
So what we just gonna.
I don't know. I don't know.
No.
Come on, I'm a witch. Started a cauldron. Yeah, I'm a
your-
hag.
I see. Your fandom for death came about when you were mixing potions as a child, right? From things underneath the sink.
It was so much fun. Just get the liquids. Wait, any kids watching this? I'm gonna go ahead and say, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Unless your parents say that you can, and let them
No.
give you the liquids that you can mix.
Okay, there we go. That is a fine stance to take.
Instead of doing it the way that we did, which was find the liquids, and we're going to make a potion.
You know what? Yeah, just
That can cause problems. Do not do that.
don't mix chemicals without parental supervision. That's really the key here, right?
Yeah.
So we saw earlier, by the way, Amazing Toaster run into one of the slight pitfalls in this game. When you get big, when you get tall, when you have the big Mario, you lose a little bit of space to be able to jump up on certain tight jumps. So the jump between that platform right there, the flame bar, that is a lot harder to do as Big Mario. Much harder.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Ooh, Jed taking a death there. I mean, if you jump while ducking, which is very much possible to do in this game, then you can sort of fit into smaller areas as a big Mario, but
It's not always the easiest thing to do, and you've got to know to like hit down the fraction before you jump to make it work that way. So both players are sort of sitting in this specific position. They've hit another wall with the flame bars. And then we'll see this happen where you make progress, then sometimes you fall back a little bit. The first time through, you're not expecting anything, and thus you do things differently.
they're both doing very respectably so far. I mean,
very much so.
you know, they competed against others, qualified to be in the bracket. Honestly, it's great to see how they're evenly matched. And honestly, looking at the qualifiers, these two were the two closest when it came to the scores for who entered the bracket. So, you know, very evenly matched when it came to Drelbs, and I think we're seeing a pretty even match going on in here as well.
Oh yeah, we're going to see ebbs and flows back and forth in the lead, but they're very tightly matched, very clearly. And again, we made sure when we were selecting these that we tried to make sure they had equal amounts of experience. You never want someone who's going to be an SMB1 runner to run something like this when you have someone else who's never played the game.
Yep.
So relative experience was around the same, which is all we could have asked for.
Yeah, for a ROM hack, that is the best way to go about. Ooh, Jed also having a hard time making that jump. Jed just mapping out what he needs to do in order to actually make that jump. We saw the visual whoop-de-whoop.
They are officially tied as far as their distance and block landing. So they are 100% tied right now, with Amazing Toaster being the first to make progress.
Yeah, mind you, when it comes to the main tournament that we do, we often will measure down to the pixel, but I don't have the ability to do that here, and I'm not going to put that demand on our tech either, because they're nice to me. So
yeah, no, my best estimation is going to be based on block at most, and if it is something very close, we might have to remove something. But in all honesty, I think we'll probably see a clear delineation by the end of this.
oh yeah, like I think it's probably going to be a clearer match than Tiny Toons, because what the crap,
Yeah.
that was such a good match.
That was incredible. I've never seen a Kuso match go. Well, I mean,
I have.
I had a Kuso match myself that was that tight, between myself and Fornea on that, Inspector Gadget game, where it was literally just a second or two difference.
I've had a match where somebody won by a single pixel.
Yep.
It's when you have so many races, eventually you're going to get a match like that where it is just so incredibly close that there's, you know,
Yeah. Sometimes you get two people that really click with the game and really just go at it. It's always interesting to see.
or you have an invisible wall where everybody dies at that same invisible wall and nobody can figure out how to get past it, but one person jumped and the other person didn't.
Yep.
That I've had it decided by that, because by jumping.
Fractions of a health bar or distance travel. Yeah, it can be really close at times. So we're still looking at progress through 1-4. So there are a couple of stumbling blocks where they fit as the second to last wall on this stage, which is those 6 blocks that are floating in the ether. And a lot of that's going to come down to building momentum so you can get that distance. But then we have the actual boss room where there's one more little thing that's a tiny thing that might make it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, SMB1, for anybody who's played it, doesn't really require you to learn different ways to build up momentum. And so most people playing it will just have to learn how can I build up momentum in a very small area here so that I can actually make these very, very difficult jumps.
I'm reasonably sure you can beat the vanilla game without running.
Really?
I believe it is possible to beat the vanilla game without running.
Oh, so Mike Uyama could beat the original game. Okay.
Oh. Shots fired.
For those who weren't around, there was a match where Mike Uyama, in one of my earlier tournaments, Mike Uyama, founder of GDQ, lost because he couldn't figure out how to run, which was holding B, which is pretty traditional in games. But the manual, to be fair, didn't say that you could run, so he was like, well, it didn't say I could run. I'm like, just try holding B. You always try holding B.
Sometimes these things aren't the most intuitive.
Yeah, if you're the founder of GDQ and you don't find something like that, then everybody else has an excuse. And, you know, it's fine. Everybody is going to have their kryptonite, whether it is, you never really know what's going to do you in. And simply put, I've made mistakes that should have been very obvious. But when you're performing in front of other people, especially, that's when it's hard to think. And when you're competing in front of people, it's very, very easy to miss something that should... that would be straightforward if you're playing casually. So, anyone doing stuff, as much as I like to joke about how Mike Uyama did that, like, that is something that will happen to everybody at some point where you make a mistake that you're like, I should have known that. I should have done something about it. I should have at least tested that. And don't feel bad about it. Make mistakes. That's how you learn.
I mean, we had that happen just yesterday with the Primitive Woman match.
Oh yeah, nobody figured out how to run.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's not intuitive, and you could have figured it out, but it's not something that's going to just jump out immediately and be like, oh, this is the reasonable thing to do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with this, we're seeing a couple strategies emerge. Some of the things that I found earlier as well. If you delay at certain points while watching the flame bars in the earlier sections, that will affect the directionality of later flame bars. So if you stop a little bit earlier on one of them, you might actually have a better, more favorable pattern. But we are also seeing Amazing Toaster doing a damage boost strat with iframes to get through.
Not a bad idea unless you are here for too long.
Yeah.
Which Amazing Toaster was in that case. Unfortunately, because of the frame rate on the screens versus the frame rate of our capture is at 30 frames per second, and because of that, the iframes flash every other frame, and so we are not really able to see Mario as he's taking damage. Or sometimes it looks like he didn't take damage, but he did.
Yeah, I think Joe's got this figured out at this point, where if you wait for the flame bars to move in a specific place, it gives you an advantage for movement. And now it's a matter of just getting some momentum build and getting across this large gap.
Yeah, Jet figured that out with Piranha Plants on 1-2 as well, and was able to jump on them while they were biting so that he didn't take damage. Amazing Toaster getting past the tricky section again. Honestly, having the mushroom for that tricky section is a very, very good... Jet making the jump. Can you get past Bowser? No! But still, Amazing Toaster at Bowser as well. If Amazing Toaster can murder Bowser... I'm sorry, Bowser is innocent. He did nothing wrong. Oh!
So we've seen Bowser, and we've seen how difficult this is. That axe normally cuts a bridge. That bridge is not there.
Oh, it's an invisible bridge for Bowser.
It's his special magical invisible bridge. It's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. You're gonna have to get up top there, and you're gonna have to carry momentum through in order to land on that axe. So it's gonna be kind of tricky, especially if you want to build that while you're on the platform. It's possible. It's just difficult.
Fun fact, it's actually easier to make Bowser float than to have him landing on a floor. Just knowing a little bit more about NES development, because you don't have to worry about physics at that point. You just have him move up and down in a curve. The curve ends,
Toaster's
and
back.
then... Oh, Toaster, can you get... No!
Just shorts. Yeah, it's gonna require running the entire length of that platform.
Yeah, and then possibly a short hop rather than a full hop.
Oh, no! And Bowser.
How could you, Bowser? Why would you kill Mario, the guy who you hate?
Bowser's jumping can definitely be a problem here. It just pops right up into the platform. It's one of those where if you had a mushroom at that point, that would be really, really useful, but keeping a mushroom through all of this is going to be incredibly difficult.
But at the same time, like, if you take damage, it pauses for a second as you shrink down, and then you still have the same momentum that you had before getting the mushroom. So it can throw you off taking damage. I don't necessarily think there's any... Oh, well, okay, they'll just both hop into the same pit. That's fine.
They're just testing the waters. It's fine.
Well, testing the lavas. I apologize, Tech. All y'all on YouTube, I love you as well. I'm not gonna do that again. I just get flappy hands sometimes, you know? I get excited about the Marios.
Everyone gets excited about the Marios, right? Like that's the real goal.
That's why we swing your arms from side to side, you know?
Hopefully we can tell Church to that split second.
That'd be great, yeah.
Yeah, Tech was like, maybe we can tell the editor to mute that split second, and if it's not muted, then we know who to blame. Not me. Please not me. I'm innocent. I did nothing wrong.
How much time do we have left? Do we know?
We've got a decent amount of time left, it seems. About 20 minutes, yeah. So both of them making some pretty good, steady progress. Again, they are not SMB1 runners, and because of that, you know, they don't really know a lot of the strategies that go into runs anyways. They're familiar with Mario, but at the same time, we can see that they're very evenly matched. It's just who is going to be able to adapt to these very tricky jumps.
Oh, so close.
Jed, good idea. Unfortunately, Bowser scared him.
And this is the wall of the first world, obviously. I mean, it's right at the end of the world, too, but...
Imagine, okay, you're this dude. You're just a plumber guy, okay? You're going through this world. You're like, okay, there, you know, I ate a mushroom and I got big. And then you go into a castle, and the first thing you see is lava. It's like, this castle is wrong. And then there's a giant dinosaur at the end. What are you doing? Who put him here? Why is there a freaking dinosaur? What am I doing with my life? Of course you're gonna die. If you met a dinosaur in real life, you're gonna die.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's a little guy. He'll probably gnaw your ankle until your foot falls off and then you bleed to death. It's just how it's gonna go. You know, do not get freaked out if you see a dinosaur. That's my suggestion, okay? Just, you need to deaden yourself to dinosaurs in life. Because if you don't, you're gonna die.
Just play dead, it's fine. It won't be a problem.
I don't know. Like,
don't like, what was it, Raptor C movement or something? Was that or was it
well,
T-Rex's?
Can Bowser see you if you don't move?
I don't know.
I don't know if he can see at all
That's
in
a
this
good
game.
question.
He just moves backwards and forwards and jumps and breathes fire.
Yeah, I don't think he's aware of the Mario at all. I think this is one of those big misunderstandings, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the deal. It's the wrong castle. We all know that.
We're the bad guy here. We're going in here, we're beating up
You
Bowser.
kill a dinosaur, and then there's not even a princess, and you're like, well, I better go to this other country and take it over. Oh, there's not a princess here, to another country, time to take it over. And it's just these dragons living in this peaceful world of fire and lava, and they're cute little mushroom fellows, and you're murdering them, and then you're killing the leader, okay? And then guess what? It's not even the right place, you know?
You have to start all over again.
Yeah, I feel like this could be a very important lesson for today's youth. Don't do that. Mario, Tech just said Mario's Christopher Columbus, and we'll leave it at that.
Yes! Amazing Toaster taking the lead with a clear of 1-4.
And
on
just
the
like
2-1.
Columbus chopping down the cherry tree, on to 2-1.
All right, so we also see Jet is right there, clearly just sizing up some jumps, trying to figure out the best way to. Taking a
how
Bowser.
dare
one,
you, Bowser.
unfortunately. So we're gonna see 2-1 get a little more extreme. There's a lot more longer jumps, a lot of different things you need to do to make sure you've got the momentum. And Toaster immediately taking the high road, which is the objectively correct choice there.
I think Amazing Toaster was trying to get a mushroom, but accidentally ended up on top and was like, "I'm not going back down.
Honestly,
I'm
it's the right-
done. We're gonna go ahead and keep moving on in this stage." And yeah, the right move. I think that. Oh! Even Toaster was saying, "Oh!" I love when like our reaction is the same as the players. It's so good.
Toaster has just immediately turned on the gaming here. Very clear. Look at this. This is and there we go.
My heart.
So this is going to show us one of the other things that happens with these checkpoints is sometimes they're in very, very weird locations. You can't really just go forward here, and you can't really go back. You have to go forward a little and then back. I already warned the players about this. So you got to go out a little bit and then go back in. And it's a lot of finagling around to figure out what movements you need to do. And
There we go. Tricky, tricky.
so it's when progress isn't progress, as we've seen.
Ooh, Amazing Toaster. Unfortunately, not quite enough momentum. Again, 1 or 2 more pixels of running would have gotten you up to speed. You really got to learn like where the thresholds are for, when you start running at a specific speed. Like, this is just my bet. Physics are really hard when it comes to NES because a lot of the times, you're calculating based off of, we've got 15 minutes left. That's not how you're calculating things, but I want to let you know. 15 minutes left. You're calculating oftentimes, especially the early games, based off of pixel speed. Later on, games started using sub-pixel speed in order to calculate. You use 2 bytes instead of 1. 1 byte is the pixel, and then the second byte is the sub-pixel, down to 1 out of 256 or something like that. And because of that, instead we've got different thresholds, it seems like. How long you've been running determines which sort of gear you've entered with Mario.
Yeah, it's very much you are moving this many seconds with the run button pressed down, you have this momentum.
Yeah, anyway, that's my best bet as somebody who's working on an NES game. That seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, pixel-based movement speed and then having that scaled to time moved.
Yes.
Yeah, and then a max cap on speed. Seems like the easiest way for them to write that and why it's so consistent where it's a very specific amount of time.
Yeah. Later on, Mario 3 especially managed to get the running speed a lot smoother, so that you don't feel like you have that gear shift, when you hit a specific speed. Yeah, you hit a cap and then suddenly P speed happens and there's a second cap.
Having that visible speed meter as well in 3 was really huge for showing people, oh, there is a momentum build that's happening. And once people were familiar with that, they actually removed those from later games, but they already had established, here is a visible meter to show what's happening. This will eventually happen.
Yeah.
And carried over into all of the other games. It's always called been called P speed since then.
Yeah. Good old P speed.
Yep.
Ah!
An absolute staple of SMW and SMW Kaizo is using P speed in ways it was never intended.
Yeah. Like, I love it. Yeah, if anybody ever, gets into a little NES development, you learn so much about how some of these older games work, just even if you're not working directly on Mario. There are some things that I could definitely be wrong about here, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of this is wrong, but you can at least start making educated guesses based off of how things work behind the scenes, and it's just really, really cool to see. This game does a lot of fantastic things.
So imagine a bus.
No, stop it. Okay, I don't think we need to worry about the frame rule here.
No, we're not worrying about frame rules at all.
We're worrying about Bowser just kind of jumping.
Yeah, Bowser's being really mean to Jet at this point. Toaster's kind of stalled a little bit on progress, but that's gonna happen when you're jumping over constantly these sections where there are piranha plants popping up left and right. It's very difficult to get through this area.
Yeah.
I am hoping we at least see 2-2 because it is a fundamental change from the original game, but in a very, very fun way.
Ooh, I'm interested in this. Hopefully, we've got like 10-ish minutes left. You know,
I'm confident we'll see it.
yeah, Toaster. Oh,
almost had
very tricky jump. Now, Jed is behind, but all Jed really needs to do is kill Bowser, and then suddenly we are on to the same level. Like, there is still plenty of time for a comeback.
There's a lot of progress that can be made very quickly in World 2-1. It's spaced out in a way that's pretty straightforward to work through that first time. Once you get to the checkpoint, though, all bets are off. It gets a lot harder.
I mean, Mario 1, no warps isn't that long anyway.
No, it's a pretty short game all total. I mean, that's one of the things I was initially thinking, well, maybe this will be too quick, but then after playing it a while, like, no, this will be fine.
No, it won't be too quick. It'll be the right amount of quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is also something that's a little bit interesting when it comes into like our quote unquote bad game tournament. That sometimes we bring back video game classics where the hack is actually really good. It's just, why would you do this?
Yeah, why would you do this to yourself? It's added challenge that's not
Oh, Toaster!
Excellent landing on that pipe, and just
could have gotten the frame perfect jump off of the pipe based off of how he wedged into there. Unfortunately, if you are not used to the frame perfect jump, then you're probably not going to do it.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would venture to say that Mario Brothers 1 or this particular ROM hack were bad.
We've got 10 minutes left.
It's just very difficult, especially for players who are not very, very experienced with these games. So
Yeah.
You know the kind of games I hand out. A lot of them are just brutal difficulty because it's fun.
Yeah.
In a sense.
And in general, like, unless you are a Super Mario fan, a Super Mario
Super
fan.
Mario fan.
Yeah, okay.
You are a super player.
You're a super player. Unless you're a big fan of Mario 1, you know, you probably aren't going to play this hack, you know. So here we just managed to take something that is meant for very experienced players, people who know what's going on, and making people who are not used to Mario deal with something very difficult.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and that's the point. There's so much of this that is just so very just shorts. Oh,
Bowser's like, I'll get the axe myself. It's fine, Mario.
That is oh!
Unfortunately, Mario 1 has its own Kaizo block right there.
That is, in fact, a Kaizo block. That is the quintessential Kaizo block in the idea that it is a hidden block. It does actually exist there originally, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, that particular block, because the spring is not the most intuitive thing to work with.
It's very awkward timing. Like, I don't know exactly how it works, personally, but, you know, some programming's hard.
This is also the early days of the NES, one of the earliest releases for the NES.
Yeah.
So it's got its it's got a little bit of jank to it, as all old games that age have.
Yeah, I mean, with what I'm developing, I know there's going to be some form of jank in there because, you know, I'm working, you know, LLK from GDQ, who makes the wonderful GDQ art that we have, is doing the art, but I'm doing everything else, and there's going to be some jank in there. I know it, and you're just going to have to deal with it, everybody. Oh no, Jed! Jed, I want you to beat this level. I want you to get to 2-1. I want to see a comeback. I'm always excited for a comeback.
Oh yeah, comebacks are always fun. There's nothing like a close to the close to the end kind of tie or near tie.
Yeah, I've seen matches where like one person has very clearly been in the lead for like the entire time, and then the last 10 seconds somebody else moves into the lead. Poexel, for example, who heads RPG Limit Break, was one of those examples in a match where he had a comeback after being in the back for the entire time.
Pizza's had a great one too.
What?
Taking a loss in like the last 10 seconds. Remember?
Which game are you talking about? Oh, okay. Mecha Lincoln in the audience is saying, Scunny, save our pizzas, which I don't recommend playing Scunny games. That way I can make you play them. They're kind of nightmarish, but yeah, there was a game that somebody did manage to make a comeback in a the final 10 seconds, you know. I've seen it come down to the very end, and so I always cheer for the underdog. I want to have that stress where I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, like I said, there's still time. I mean, we have what, maybe like 6 minutes left, 7 minutes left.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end, but
There's
again,
still time.
2-1 is not, well, none of these levels are long. It's NES.
It's just gonna be a matter of getting in there and getting that axe, and then
Don't let Bowser get you.
I think we
Yes!
got it. There we go. All right, so Jet is on to 2-1. Amazing Toaster is still kind of fighting this checkpoint. It happens. You get these specific points that are very difficult. This was, in fact, a wall that I ran into as well when doing playtesting for this. And where it's just not the most straightforward movement. Yeah, so I can absolutely see this going to anybody at this point still. So there's gonna be a lot of momentum build required for this very long jump.
And not quite enough momentum again. Like, if I were trying a single block jump, what I would do is jump to the left, land back on the block, and jump to the right. It still might not be enough momentum, but it would be more than just staying on that block. There we go, Amazing Toaster through 2-1, solidifying a little bit more of that lead. But if Jed can manage to figure out the peculiarities of this stage, we may be able to see a little bit of a comeback. Like, it still is not locked in.
We're going under the lava for this stage. Now, normally 2-2 is a water stage. We're under the lava. There is no water physics, but it is the same stage. There are some blocks that have been placed to make it that it is clearable, because normally it wouldn't be, but it's the same stage with bloopers and Cheep Cheeps.
Oh no.
Those Cheep Cheeps are mean.
Yeah, they're random, but I don't know exactly in what way they're random.
They move relative to Mario's movement speed. So they will always be either slightly ahead of or slightly behind the movement speed. If you change movement speed after they've launched, you're priming yourself to be hit. But it looks like Amazing Toaster's just going to cruise right through this stage.
Very nice on, well, not yet. Gotta get the flag.
And
there we go.
2-3. Yeah, 2-2 is not a hard stage, but it is definitely different. It's well past that specific wall in 2-1, and that's really, I think, really once you get past that, 2-3 is just sort of an immediate gimme.
Yeah, that does make me wonder why make the design choice to have it be a platforming level. I don't think it's a bad choice. It's just I wonder a little bit why Cosmic did that.
I think as it turns it on its head a little bit, you're talking about a water stage where there is no floor to worry about, making it that you have to kind of deal with the situation of actual platforming, and some of those challenges in the harder version of the game were going to require some pretty annoying glitches to pull off. Clipping into walls, doing jumps out of those clips, those sorts of things. So for the easier version, yes, it is substantially easier. The difficulty was never balanced around this.
Yeah, one thing to remember with SMB1 is that any of those one-tile gaps that you have, you can run over if you're going full speed. And Amazing Toaster has just been trying to jump over those one-tile gaps. And so, yeah, you don't need to do this. Yeah, you can just run straight over. But again, these are not people who have played a heck of a lot of Mario 1. And because of that, you know, they might not know or remember that. With that said, 3 minutes left. We are in the final stretch here of day 3.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Getting a checkpoint's always good. Ooh, and getting a warp. The warp is good. This could be a comeback for Jed. If Jed can manage to get this final section, just got to get, yeah, a little bit of an awkward jump here. Just build up enough.
Yeah, one of those.
So close, but Jed knows the warp.
Watching Amazing Toaster go through that and knowing that warp pipe was there, it really eliminates one of the harder bits. And now Jed has got to figure out the back and forth bit there as well. Again, Amazing Toaster has some time to figure that out, but hey, immediately gets it. We can see a bit more progress on 2-3.
Oh no.
That is another place where you have to really hold your momentum, and it's going to be difficult to do that. That's where you can use sort of the neutral and the D-pad to not move too fast. When you're going through there, you have a couple frames after you land to hit the jump again without losing any momentum.
Yeah. Still, having the checkpoint there. I love it. I mean, a little bit of a troll, always enjoyable. Jed's like, okay, I need to stop doing this. Gotta hold right and then move to left. Okay,
The
okay.
wiggle back and forth, yeah. It's the,
Gotta do the wiggle.
do a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left. It'll land you right on top of it.
Yeah, he'll get it. He'll get it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said, I explicitly explained it earlier when it's one of those things where it's a weird kind of movement. It is unfortunate because that is one of the checkpoints with that is not ideal.
Yeah, and with only like less than 3 minutes left, like we're probably down to almost the final minute. Our tech will tell us when it's time, so it's coming up very soon. And being stuck right here at the very end is unfortunate for Jed. There we go,
There we
Jed
go.
back up. Okay.
Jump across, and then you can do that sort of subworld there, and that gets you across that large jump without having to do a blind. Really huge benefit to doing that.
Yeah. Hey, when you're on a pipe, push down. Unless it's the warp pipe you're not supposed to go to because
Those have
we
all been
banned it.
clearly marked. It's fine.
Yeah, if there's a number over the pipe and you're playing in this specific match, then don't push down. Go and die instead because you went the wrong way. Ooh, Amazing Toaster dying in a way that, you know, it happens. Happens to the Mario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said, a lot of these later stages, it is all about keeping momentum between jumps. And
Oh,
figuring
here
out
it is,
how to do that.
everybody. And it is time. That is the match. Good job, everybody. Time. Jed has started making a fantastic comeback, but Amazing Toaster all the way to 2-3 takes the victory. Congratulations, Toaster. You are moving on. Great job to both of the players. And everybody, thank you so much for watching Kuso live today. We will be back tomorrow for the quarterfinals, where everybody who is still in the tournament will be playing. I will make sure that I send those messages out as soon as I get a sandwich and have time. Okay, until tomorrow. Oh, wait, awful block tonight. Y'all, hopefully we see you there. Have a great time, and until later, take care.
Bye, y'all.